Yes, we are live. Buster.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome. This is an extension of the Trivium day, but it's on a different day. Obviously, it's Thursday. It would be Euclid, but I think we can safely say that Euclid is based upon the foundations of being very obvious with definitions and things, which leads us on to the Trivium. We've had Ravens has been away for a week. Would have been yesterday with the Trivium day, but it's Thursday. Raven's back. Raven and Kevin are going to be taking us through the continuation of the Trivium day. And what else there is to say? I think we're going over a recap of what has come before.
Yeah, I think as Raven and I started talking about it, and I think I'm going to ask you to play a bit of a video in a minute, Bev.
Yeah,
I think the gentleman in that video says it pretty well, what I'm about to say, and that is like with a lot of things, I think Bev has said it before with regard to Euclid, it's foundational learning, and I have a short slide that's basically just a pyramid. It's nothing special. But there's lots of, especially I think in the classics, there's lots of texts and books and learnings in general that are foundational. In other words, you really need to grasp a certain concept before you move on to the next. Then you need to really grasp that one before you move on to the next, and so on and so forth. Or you're going to get lost. So before I get into my kind of recap of where we've been so far in categories, which is part of the Organon, I asked Bev to play a short video. Do you have that up, Bev?
I'm just trying to sort it out at the moment. Appear to have a different screen on. Let's try that. Let me just check.
Yeah, that's all right. I think people are still filing in anyway.
Yeah,
I think people are filing into the YouTube anyway, so it's cool.
I think you on Discord. Can you get that there on Discord?
It is circling for me.
Okay, let me try that again then. Discord. Anybody else with the is that any better for you guys? Seems to be messing about all sorts of updates. I keep getting messages on my phone, but I don't know what's going on. Can you guys see that on the stream? Or has Discord crashed again? Hello, has Discord crashed? So, what? How's that YouTube? Is the YouTube sounding okay there? I think Discord might have crashed on me. Let me see if it's reset on the task manager. Discord has been messing about with like this for a Hello, am I back?
Can you hear us?
I can now, yes.
Yeah, we could hear you before, but you weren't hearing us at all. No. So
let me see if I can get this back on again. Is that working for you guys now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working for me.
Yep. Main screen and that, right? I think.
Yeah, before you start it,
YouTube. Yep.
Before you start it, Bev, just again, what this gentleman's going to say is, as he's teaching Chapter 5, we're not going to be in Chapter 5 today. We're doing a recap so that we can get to Chapter 5 of categories, which is pretty deep. We've already been through a couple deep subjects in chapters 1 through 4, and we'll go through some of that again. But what he's about to do is give his opinion as to what Aristotle's meant to do with his I think his writings in general, but certainly categories as he's teaching them. And I think he's teaching his kids in this case. Whether this is a university, I'm not sure if it's a or if it's a high school of sorts in the U.S. But I thought it was intriguing what he says here. So whenever you're ready to play that, it's going to be about a minute. There's 57 minutes of this video. We're only going to play about a minute of it. So.
Okay. Right, from 1537. Aristotle Categories, Chapter 5. Here we go.
Thus, as an example, whiteness, which is a quality, which is the third of the 10 categories. You see how we have to keep needing all of this information in. Aristotle just assumes that you're learning and mastering the content of each chapter, and he is just going to build and build almost mercilessly, because remember, he is seeking to weed out the pretenders. If you're not going to do the work of study, Aristotle is going to leave you in the dust, because he's going to assume that everyone who shows up for the study of chapter 5 has done the work and mastered chapters 1 through 4. He's not going to spoon feed anything. He's not going to baby us through the lessons, because his work is both, remember, published but not published. Okay?
All right.
Whiteness,
I think that's it.
That's quality.
Sweet.
Yeah, so I love where he says there that Aristotle in his teachings is merciless. He builds upon things mercilessly, almost mercilessly. I know that I've felt that way going through some of this. I think many other people. I know Raven and I talked earlier today. I think he feels the same way. And the reason why I wanted to play that is because, again, for those that are interested in this topic, and there are probably some that aren't at all interested in, especially the categories and how that kind of works into grammar, which is part of Trivium. Yeah, it's you may not want anything to do with it, but if you are interested and you do want something to do with it, you really have to go back over things and over things and over things until you really get it, or you think you've got a good grasp on it, and then Aristotle, I think, will throw you some curveballs anyway. So with that, I think I've got my screen that I'll open up, and we'll have to see if the YouTube is okay seeing what I'm posting. But
yeah,
let me see how that looks to everybody.
So basically, what that guy was saying just then was it was the foundations. You have to be sure of where you've coming from. First principles.
Correct.
Make sure that you understand from the beginning. So there's no point in anybody saying you don't understand, because we are trying to make sure that we understand the basics first. Truly understand them.
Yeah, as best we can, right? And as we've talked about before, there's when you're looking at the classics, there's always going to be a language issue. Aristotle, especially, is in Greek, but even the Greek, because we have SE around when SE's around, and he speaks and reads Greek fluently. But even that modern Greek is different than ancient Greek, so you have a struggle at times to really understand the way I think Aristotle would have meant his works to be understood. But that's the task, right? And it's either worth it to you or it's not. You take what you like and you leave the rest. But so what I'm meant to do here is to go through a recap, basically, of chapters 1 through 4 of categories. And we already talked about this foundational learning. That's why I wanted to play that gentleman's video, and he's got some really good stuff out there. If you go to his channel, and I think I'll have the resources listed up here in a minute. But again, having that foundation, that base layer, and then building upon that, and then building upon that, and on that, and on that, and so on and so forth. If you don't have that, you're going to get lost. Okay, so chapters 1 through 4. So the sources, at least, that I've used the most are There's a gentleman named Gregory B. Sadler. He's got a YouTube channel, lots and lots of videos. I think he was a university professor at one point, and now I think he runs his own business and does teachings and stuff like that. Really good stuff. The gentleman you just heard from in that video is his YouTube channel is Classical Liberal Arts Academy. I think most of his videos are done for his students. There's not a lot of views on them, but he also, I think, explains things fairly well. And then I don't like Wikipedia, but there's something I'm going to show you in a little while from Wikipedia. For anybody that doesn't know, Wikipedia is not something you should use as a source, like in university or anything like that, if you're really trying to get sources, because it could be edited by pretty much anyone, and it's not vetted really well. So you can get closer, better sources. You should use them, but Wikipedia is good, I think, in general for a lot of things. So we'll take a look at some of that stuff. So the study of the organon prior to the trivium is what we're doing. And the trivium, as we've talked about before, is grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Now, one of the things I wanted to point out to the group is, at least the way I've been able to get my mind around this, when Raven brought the idea of, I think it wasn't Raven, it was Buster originally, Bev, if it was, right, about the trivium itself, trivium and quadrivium, and then Raven kind of picked it up, right, and moved it on. It's important to understand that there's not, at least to my knowledge, and I know Bebby's in the chat, maybe he knows differently, but at least to my knowledge, and I don't think there's a set curriculum necessarily for the trivium. I think it's made up of these three parts: grammar, logic, rhetoric. But I believe there's different sources that can go into those buckets, and can be used to teach the trivium. I'm sure at some point when trivium was created, there probably was a set curriculum for it. I haven't done enough research to find out what that might be. But as we go through it, we're going to be looking at a lot of different things. And that's kind of why we started with the organon in categories specifically, because it really speaks to the grammar portion of it, which anyone who's been around our discussion in the last few weeks, and we've talked about predication, many people haven't never heard of predication. Many of us who can remember that term from grammar school hated it. I hated it. I still hate it in a way, because it's difficult to understand sometimes. But I wanted to bring that up because it's kind of important to know where you are, sort of like a map. Well, what are we doing? Yes, we talked about the trivium. Trivium has grammar, logic, rhetoric, but where are we exactly in that? Well, we're in the grammar part, and we're using the organon categories to kind of help us with that. Does that kind of make sense, folks?
Yep.
Okay.
Just to me.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary of how we were trying to move forward with this. I'd agree with that, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Raven. So the categories themselves, and this came from Sadler. I think he said it fairly well. There's probably different ways that different people have discussed categories and said what it is. Sadler says it's ways in which one can or should say or think something about another thing. Let me say that again, because it's a tongue twister. Ways in which one should say or think something about another thing. And that's what Sadler says. That's the kind of crux of categories. He also says that Aristotle's attempting to say there's ways in which things can be, as in being or existing or essence. And that term essence is going to be used elsewhere. It's certainly going to be used in chapter 5 when we get there. So it's important to understand the distinction between something that is as in existing, being, or just saying something about something, right? Those are not the same exact thing. They can be different. Anybody have any thoughts about that? Does that kind of fit, Raven, with what you see as categories? Why we're going through the categories, or what that is?
Yeah, I think it's important, and I think that it expands it in chapter 5. I think chapter 5 itself is basically concerning substance, and I think it's important there that you get a good firm grasp of substance and what it is, because it can be a bit confusing when you're looking at the other 9 that go along with, they sort of predicate on the substance, don't they? So I'd agree with your summary there that it is important that we get a good grasp, understanding of essence or existing and being, and how that relates to substance.
Yeah, and I think Aristotle throughout categories is really getting to the base idea of naming things, defining things, and then predicating things. It kind of all in the mix there. So what I wanted to do is just bring up a couple of questions just to get the discussion going, at least in the Discord here, and the folks in the YouTube can, put stuff in the chat if they want. And I specifically said, do not overthink this, because it's really easy to overthink these things. But at least for this little exercise, I don't want you guys to overthink anything here, but I'm going to ask the folks in the Discord, can you name a thing? And in this case, a thing is a subject, and we'll get to what that term is used, throughout the categories. But can you name a thing that can have something said about it? Anything. Throw it out there.
What, like, this cup is heavy.
Yep. What's the thing though?
The cup.
The cup.
Yeah.
Yep.
The object, the subject, the thing that it is that you were talking about. This cup is heavy. Like that sort of thing. Bad.
So, and anything else? I need someone else to throw something out, because this is easy. It should be easy. Should be easy. Throw out a thing. Name a thing.
Phone. A table.
Okay. Phone, table. Number. Sure. Anything else? Now, I will say there's going to be a distinction, at least from what I've learned, there's going to be a distinction between just saying phone, right, or cup, because as Bev said, originally he said this cup. There's going to be a distinction there, and that's a very important distinction. So the second question is, what can you say about that thing? And I put in parentheses predicate of, and that term is used throughout categories. So if you're reading through categories, if you're trying to understand Aristotle, they use this phrase predicate of or predicated of, and that can kind of mess with your mind when you think about that term, because it sort of switches around, at least in my mind, the subject and the predicate. It switches it, because you end up saying something like, I can predicate blank of this subject. So to use Bev's example of this cup is heavy. So you can say heavy about the cup. So you can say that the cup is heavy, yes. But how Aristotle would say it, I think in categories, is you predicate heavy of the cup. Does that make sense? I know it sounds really weird when you say it, but that's how Aristotle phrases all of these things. You can predicate heavy of the cup. So what's the thing? The cup is the thing. What's the predicate? Heavy. So give me another one. Somebody mentioned phone. Give me a predicate of the phone. Anybody that has a phone that they're looking at.
Could you say costly? Would that be? But then you would have to know the price of it, right? Would that be a predicate? For phone?
I think it could be a predicate, yeah. The phone is costly.
You could have it under relation, couldn't you? If you were talking about costly compared to something else.
Yeah.
You know, relative to a different type of phone or something.
Mm-hmm.
Father.
That's one category you could put it under.
So is that making sense as to how the subject and predicate work? Because unless you go back to your grammar school days when I think a lot of us learn these kinds of things, it can get pretty complicated, especially the way it's phrased.
Yeah.
Is that all right for everyone?
So if you were talking about that cat is black.
Mm-hmm.
So when you rearrange that to the way that you're saying there, that Aristotle says it, would you say that black? No, how would you say?
You'd say you're predicating black of the cat.
Oh right, so you'd actually say you were predicating. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's clear now. You're predicating black.
Yeah, another way to do it is I have the word say here, right?
Yeah.
You can actually think of it this way and say I say black about the cat.
Oh right, yeah.
Right? Or I say heavy about the cup.
Yeah.
Or I say
because to predicate is to say something, isn't it? So
to say something about something else. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, it almost sounds like an old English sort of way of saying things, because it sounds backwards, but after you've got to terms with it, I think it makes sense.
It does make sense, and I think again, going back to Sadler, he explains this quite well, because he says in the Greek it's a lot easier. Right, but as soon as you get to English, it is not nearly as easy. And he used some Greek words, and I don't know a lot of Greek words, but he used a couple of Greek words as an example of how you'd say this in these types of things in Greek. And it is like basically one word describes the predication of something. It's all like in one word in a lot of instances, which is interesting to me, but I totally understand it, because as we've talked about before, I think English can be an easy way to muddy the waters, the English language.
Yeah, I think we're all coming to sort of find that we feel that English language has been messed with in a way that, I don't know, it sort of messes with you. The English just seems to speak and write in a way completely opposite to most of the other languages I come across.
Yeah, and even the kind of the Latin languages, Spanish, Italian, those, it is English. In English, it's completely turned around backwards from the way that they say things in their languages. If anybody's taken Spanish or French or Italian or any of those Latin type languages, yeah. Okay, so subject and predicate. So subject is the thing. Predicate is what you're saying of the thing. All right. Now, last week we talked about, should there be a truth value when you get into these subjects and predicates? I'm not going to argue that today, but it's something to think about, because again, as I've done my research into Aristotle and Plato, and I think there's a lot of classical thinkers and also modern thinkers, more modern thinkers, I should say, that believe there's something to truth. And specifically, what came up in my research is something called the correspondence theory of truth. And I didn't know if that was a thing or not. It's the first time I'd ever heard of it. But it actually is a thing. Correspondence theory of truth. And this is where I use Wikipedia, for lack of a better thing. And for the folks on YouTube, I'm sorry, this is probably going to be like an eye chart. It's pretty small text here, but I'll hopefully help get you through this. I just wanted to bring this up for people to think about. So the correspondence theory is a traditional model which goes back at least to some of the ancient Greek philosophers, such as Plato and Aristotle. This class of theories holds that the truth or the falsity of a representation is determined solely by how it relates to a reality. That is, by whether it accurately describes that reality, that specific reality. As Aristotle claims in his Metaphysics, to say that that which is not, and that which is not is a falsehood. Therefore, to say that which is, and that which is not is true. Again, more of a tongue twister there, but when you parse it out, it absolutely makes sense. Now, thing that struck me when I was reading through this Wikipedia entry is the names, at least that I know or I have heard in philosophy and logic and those kinds of things, is pretty interesting. So Wikipedia entry here, again, you have to take Wikipedia with a grain of salt. Anybody can edit this. But at least here it says correspondence theory was either explicitly or implicitly embraced by most of the early modern thinkers, including Descartes. I don't know Spinoza. Maybe lots of people do, but I know Locke. I've heard Locke, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, and we've talked about Kant a few times. For spot on, if spot on's on, yeah, there's, look at this name, Ludwig Wittgenstein, which we talked about several weeks back. Bertrand Russell's also in there, who many of us don't like, but nonetheless, I think that, to me, this says there seems to be some consensus around this idea of correspondence theory of truth. And it's interesting how this is pointed out and the examples that are used. Raven and I talked about this earlier, but there's an example that the Wikipedia author or authors put in here that says a cat is on a mat is true if and only if there is in the world a cat and a mat, and the cat is related to the mat by virtue of being on it. If any of these three pieces, the cat, the mat, and the relation between them, which corresponds respectively to the subject, object, and verb of the statement, is missing, then the statement is false. And Raven and I found that interesting because the author here of this Wikipedia entry says a cat is on a mat is true. Well, that's not, at least the way I read Aristotle, that's not right. It would be that cat, this specific one, and that mat right there, the one that this cat is sitting on. Then that would be true. But to say a cat is on a mat, how would you ever know? Even if it was true somewhere in the world that a cat was sitting on a mat, how would you ever know unless you saw a cat sitting on a mat? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I found it interesting.
Kevin. And yeah, I had to go away for a while, so I've just caught up on YouTube. So yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, it's interesting the way you put this tonight, this sequence, the way you've done it, is because I've really sort of grasped it now. You know, I must admit I was not. Got my head around it a lot better from the way that you've gone through this, and the way you've done it tonight, both of you or everyone. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
but yeah, I get it. Yep, that cat.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Bebby.
Not a cat.
Right.
Aristotle and the medieval logicians distinguish between singular terms and common terms. Singular term would be like this cat, Percy the cat, that cat over there. That's singular. That's the term you're using. The word you're using is referring to a particular thing. So that would be this cat. But he also talks about particular terms, which would be some cat. So some cat is on a mat somewhere. All cats. So all cats are mammals. So it could be any of those three things.
Yeah, but how does saying a cat is on a mat is true if you don't know that it's true? You could say it, right?
Yeah,
doesn't mean you can't say it.
Mean, it really doesn't matter. The sentence "some cat" or "a cat is on the mat" is true if some cat is on a mat.
Yeah,
but don't you see the difference? If someone came up to you and said a cat is on a mat, you'd be like, so? And someone said, look, that cat is on a mat. That's the difference.
That fact that cat is on the mat would verify, as they say, would verify that. But A cat is on
So
a
there's a
mat.
big
Is true or
difference.
false?
There is a big difference, isn't there, between the
A
two?
cat is on a mat is true or false, whether or not anyone knows it's true or false. Don't confuse epistemological questions like the questions about knowledge and how we know stuff with truth. A cat is on a mat is true or false, and it happens to be true if a cat is on a mat.
Yeah, right. I understand what you're saying. So the being able to say something may or may not be true or false unless you can verify it by pointing to the particular. And the particular being that cat is on that mat. Okay, there. Yep, that's a true statement. Absolutely, positively true, because there's the cat and there's the mat, and cat sitting on the mat. There you go.
So you're saying some propositions may be neither true nor false. Is that right?
Well, I think what you said is that you can't verify whether they're true or false just by stating it. A cat is on a mat.
No, you can't. That's a knowledge question. You can't verify it just by saying that. Nonetheless, what you have said is either true or false, regardless of whether you know it's true or false.
Correct. It will be either true or false.
Yeah.
Yes. The billionth digit of pi is 9, right? I can say that. Well, it may or not. It's either true or false, because you could verify it if you have a powerful enough computer.
So anyway, I found this correspondence theory of truth interesting, and it's probably a whole thing to get into separately. So I don't want to dwell too much on it here, but I did find it interesting, and I also found the fact that people like Descartes and Locke and Wittgenstein and others were grappling with the same thing, or they at least, as it points out here, implicitly embraced or explicitly or implicitly embraced that concept. So for another time, but I thought it was interesting.
All I'd say about that is that I think that question, which can be either true or false, if you're looking at, if you're wanting to look that you're describing reality, is actually meaningless, and he's not a useful sentence to describe the reality that you see before you. Whereas if you were saying that cat is on that mat, you're actually describing something that is there in reality.
Yep.
Which I think holds more value than a sentence which can be true or false. I mean, what's the point of it?
Correct, and I totally agree with that. In my opinion, it is something like that is also meaningless. I don't know. What I don't know is whether Aristotle would say that those are meaningless or not. I mean, I guess given the categories, you can put these terms together and say a cat is on a mat. But the way that I read Aristotle and the importance of substance as in the most specific thing that you can get to, in his examples, he uses Socrates, and we'll see that in a minute. Doesn't appear to me like he would agree with, or that he would disagree that a cat is on the mat and it can be true or false. I think he would agree that that's meaningless.
It might be useful. It might be useful if you were just looking at how you're going to categorise this cat, and you want to put a predicate to it that allows you to categorise it in some way. So there might be a use in that, as I can see it anyway. But as far as like when you're wanting to describe the reality as it is around you, using sentences that can be true or false, I don't see much use of them personally. But you're right, we don't know how Aristotle would have seen that kind of a question.
And I think that's for each individual to kind of figure out for themselves, whether certain words, phrases, or whatnot are meaningless or not. But I happen to agree with you in this case. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I see that with a cat is on a mat, it's telling you that you need all of those three things, right? You need the cat and the mat and the position that the cat is on the mat, right? All of those three things need to be shown in order for it to be true. I think that's what it's saying, right?
Yeah.
You can make the statement, a cat is on a mat, but in order for it to have a truth value, there needs to be the cat, the mat, and the cat situated on the mat, right? You need to be able to say that there, otherwise it's not a viable, truthful statement without those things that are needed to be there. Like, that's what that statement seems to say to me.
The reality of the cat, the mat, and the relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it says as much in this description that the YouTube people can't see, I'm sure. But it says this class of theories holds that the truth or the falsity of a representation is determined solely by how it relates to a reality.
Yeah.
That is, by whether it accurately describes that reality. It seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. To say that which is not, and that which is not is a falsehood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that speaks volumes that Aristotle did hold a truth value.
Yeah, you must do. You can't go into these conversations without that truth value.
No. And I think that quote from Aristotle there, I don't know, was it from metaphysics, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, metaphysics.
Yeah, to me, that is evidence that Aristotle held truth value to the predicates that he was talking about.
I believe that he did. Yeah.
And I think that's evidence for that, personally.
Yeah.
Maybe it might only be circumstantial evidence, but to me, that's pretty clear cut as far as I understand and interpret that myself.
Did you say he describes the truth value to predicates? What you said?
When he's doing his categorizing, when he's predicating, so that to give him the ability to categorize, I think that's evidence that he held a truth value to predicates in that situation. Otherwise, he would not be able to categorize the subject. If you can't, if the subject could be true or false.
Well, he held that propositions can be true or false. He wouldn't say that a predicate can be true or false.
Are you sure? Didn't Kevin say before earlier it was to say things of things? And that particular thing there, right, is as Aristotle claims in metaphysics, the full thing says, to say that which is not, and that which is not is a falsehood. Therefore, wait a minute, I've not finished. Right. Therefore, to say that which is, and that which is not, is true.
That's correct.
So that exactly differentiates the saying things of things which either is true or is false.
That's right, but it is the saying or the proposition or the statement that is true or false. Predicate is a bit of language, isn't a statement, so it can't be true or false. It's just
say to say that which is not.
That bit of language is supposedly describing a reality, and just because we call it predicate.
Black isn't describing anything. Black is just the predicate. You have to put the and this is a bit premature because Aristotle goes into all of this on interpretation, which is the second part of the organon. So he says, well, there are terms, and categories is all about terms. There are propositions or statements or affirmations, which are terms put together. His whole theory of truth is about composition. So you put the term cat and the term black together. Cat is black. And you have a proposition, and that is capable of a truth value. And he says explicitly.
Could you say the cat is red if it's only black? Would that be a falsehood?
Say that again, Bev.
If you say the cat is red when it's black.
Yes, that's right. The cat is red is a statement. It's a proposition.
Yeah, but it's a falsehood if the cat is black.
Yes, that's right.
Right, so it's not. Is that a predicate? If you're predicating red of the cat, but the cat is actually black, is that a predicate?
Well, the predicate itself is the color that you're describing
Yes.
in this case, right?
It's careful. It's the term.
It's the
Well,
term.
right.
Agreed. Yeah. So I think I understand what Bebby's saying. If I can try to say it a different way, I think there's a difference between a predicate, which is a word, in this case, black, red. You're describing something and you're using a word to describe that thing or say something about that thing. That is a predicate.
Right.
Predication is the act of doing it, and you need two terms. You need the subject and the predicate, and then that makes a statement or a proposition, which can have which can have a
proposition, same thing. And Aristotle explicitly says a question is not a proposition because it's a question. It has to be capable of, the statement has to be capable of truth or falsity in order to be a proposition.
Right. So the disagreement I think you were having, Bebby, is saying predicate instead of saying proposition from a predication.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Oh, predicate, true or false." Predicates can't. They're terms.
They're just words. They're terms.
You have to combine the terms into a sentence or proposition in order for the truth or falsity to come about.
Okay.
Right.
Well, if I can sort of clarify, right? We're talking about a predicate, which is the whatever is said of something, right?
Yes.
So if I say the cat is red, red would be the predicate of the cat, right? Now,
Correct.
if the cat is black, would I be able to predicate red of the cat? Or does it require a truthful predication? Like, can you predicate red of a black cat?
Yes, most definitely.
How would that be? Surely black would be the predicate of the cat.
That would be falsely predicated. Aristotle's theory of the proposition makes no sense if you can't predicate red of a black cat.
So, and this is what we talked about last week, right? When we were going through the question, and I think it was a good conversation to have, right? And I think in its rawest form, yes, you can predicate red of the black cat. It would be false. The statement would be false. You can do that. The words can go together, and red can be a predicate of the cat, even if the cat is black. The statement, though, is false. The proposition is false.
Right.
See, now, I don't agree with
that. There's an ethical piece that comes into that, in my opinion, which is why would you want to predicate red of a black cat if in fact you knew the cat was black? That is, to me, is more of an ethical question in someone's rhetoric or making a proposition. Why would you want to do that? Unless you're a sophist, right?
You're trying to fool someone.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to deceive somebody. Trying to make somebody go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the discussion we had last week was on the should predication have a truth value? That's what the question was, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and saying it again the way we've identified it here is, should a proposition made up of a predicate and a subject have a truth value? Maybe that's a better way to say it now that we've talked through it a couple times.
Right. Because I was going to say, because otherwise the conversation where we reached a consensus last week that a truth value was required for predication.
Well,
If you interpret that the way that Bebby is saying, then we came to a false conclusion because we were talking about something that can't have a truth value if it's a predicate. Am I right so far?
Yeah, the actual predicate can't, because the predicate is just a term, right? It's
But
black or red or whatever.
Right. So the word predication is equivalent to the proposition.
Yeah, predication is what, Bebby, check me here, right? So predication is what you're doing, between a predicate and a subject to create a proposition.
That's broadly correct. The term predication is rarely used with propositions. People always use the word proposition.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. But again, I think it's an interesting conversation to have when you are talking about a truth value or not a truth value, as to why one would want to entertain, again, knowing that the black, prefacing that that the cat is black, yet you say the cat is red. And why one would want to do that. Why would Aristotle want to do that?
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. There's a big moral question there, and basically, you're trying to be a sophist, aren't you? You're trying to pull the wool over somebody's eyes.
Yeah. Now, can you do that? Yes, you can. Clearly, you can put the words together and say the cat is red, even though the cat's black. So you absolutely can do that.
But hold on, correct me if I'm wrong, is the predicate the main explainer of the sentence? In other words, red here.
The predicate is in the case of the cat is red, is the word red. Yes, that is the predicate.
If you say it's black, by definition, it's not a predicate. Am I wrong in that?
I don't know. Black can also be a predicate of the cat, right? You could say either, right? But that's where this correspondence theory of truth is interesting to me, because it says it's determined, the truth or falsity is determined by how it relates to a reality.
Exactly, my point.
Right. So there has to be a reality, right?
So if the cat is red and you predicate that it's black, Houston, we have a problem. No?
Correct. It's a fault. Well, or do you have a problem is the question, right? Well, you don't have a problem grammatically. You don't have a problem grammatically, right?
Or semantically. It's, sentences can be true or false.
Correct.
No, it can't. No, because if predicate is the main descriptor of the sentence, in this case, the cat, which is red, right? Or whatever color you pick, and you predicate that it's black, by default, the statement is false. So the predicate is no longer...
Yeah. I'm with you, SE. I think it's not a predicate to make a falsehood. It's wrong to say you are predicating something that isn't true.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I thought was, so can you think of a predicate that would be okay to lie about a subject? Where would you use that,
Well, if your wife asks you if the dress she wore looks fat, makes her look fat. How about that?
That's fine.
You can predicate a no, right? But both you and your wife know that it's not true.
Yeah, that's more of a question, but I see where you're going. It is an interesting. It's an interesting way to think about it, and it is individual. So I would tend to agree with SE and Bev. The fact that you can predicate something that's false, I agree that you can do it. You can do it. Yes, you can. But in essence, you're lying. Right? Now, we talked last week about the outliers of, when it relates to color, you're colorblind and you really aren't lying, but you really believe that is. But again, in all the research that I've done, that is not what Aristotle talks about when he's talking about, affirmations or anything like that. Those outliers don't count in essence. Mm-hmm. What we're talking about is the idea that when you are predicating, when you're creating a proposition, why would you create a proposition that is purposely false?
Because you're a liar. You wanna deceive somebody.
When
Classic
talking about
example.
something, that's the thing. Something physical,
classic
something
example-
real, something reality.
Classic
Not
example is of an actor who is saying something that he or she knows to be false, right? It's not deceiving because he or she knows that the audience doesn't believe that. They're just pretending. So an actor can say something false and know it's false, but not be lying. So the classic definition of lying is you're saying something that you know to be false with the intention to deceive. That makes
Yes,
sense.
but is an actor predicating?
Yeah, it would be, according to Aristotle, it would be a predication because all propositions are forms of predication, and therefore a false proposition is a form of predication, according to Aristotle.
I got to put some thought into that one.
I thought
I do see.
So
Yeah,
wouldn't the question have been better put as should a proposition have a truth value?
Yes.
Well,
in the sense of a predication, since a predication is the part of the sentence that explains what you're talking about. So in that instance, I would say yes.
well, it will have a truth value, right? It will. It's either true or false. The proposition.
Correct.
yeah.
No, because when you predicate, right? When you're predicating, that sentence, that part is the explanatory. Like the cat is red.
Yeah, but
you say
did
the
you get it
cat
right
is
or did you
blue?
get it wrong? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I suppose the most important thing that shouldn't be forgot during this is not arguing specifically about whether something's black or red or white or whatever colour or whatever you're arguing about. The most important thing to remember is that one of the people are lying sophists. And that's the most important thing to take from this discussion, really. Not the argument about whether black's white or whatever, but the fact that if the truth value comes out as false, then one of you is a lying sophist.
And I will say it is interesting in the example that Bebby provided of someone that would lie, or would say that a proposition is would claim a proposition even though it was false and they knew it was false, but not be lying. In the example of an actor is, or maybe it's a comedy, and an actor says something that's completely outlandish and totally untrue, and he or she knows it's untrue but says it anyway for the benefit of the audience. That's in the arts, right? I mean, you can see that happen in a comedy routine. Right. Exactly. Right. So that goes to the context of what's going on there. And I think that also
important.
Yeah. We've talked about that before in relation to poetry as well. And how that relates to sophistry and Plato's works and those kinds of things. So it all ties together, and it's super interesting stuff. And something you really have to grapple with individually.
Oh yeah, this is fascinating, no doubt about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting what Bebby's raised there, and it gives me a lot to think about. I'm a big believer and supporter of truth, personally. I can't always live up to that, that sort of standard, but I do my best to do that.
But it's true that people say things that are false, right? There wouldn't be a problem if everything we said was true. Then that would be good, but that's not true.
Well, unless the things you're saying are provable.
I think intent is important as well. The example that the comedic example of saying, "Do I look fat in this dress?" You might do what's colloquially called a white lie, because the intent is not to hurt somebody's feelings. The intent isn't to do them harm. So I think when the degree of falsehood I think you have to bear in mind the intent as well that's behind it. Like,
Could you?
Like the actor's lying. The intent there is to entertain a public, but the public also know that it's a lie anyway, so no harm is done.
They know it's
Exactly.
false. They
You know
it's
you're
false.
lying. Your wife knows you're lying.
Mm.
And everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Right?
Could you predicate a curve of a straight line?
No freaking way in hell.
No, according
Good.
to Betty,
Good
according to Betty,
question.
you can.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'd say
but
no,
you
you
can
can't.
If you want, but
You can't, though, right? Literally, you cannot.
Yeah, I'd support you there,
Yeah.
Bev.
Yeah.
there's no way to get away with it. You can do anything you want, but
But that's
no
what I
way you
like.
can predicate
That's
that.
what I like. Yeah, that's
You
what I
can
like.
say
This-
Right? You could say it. You could predicate it. Right?
I
You
don't
could
think
make
you
the
could.
proposition.
No, I think that's what he's saying. He's saying
Why
in
would
this,
you
that's
say
what a
it?
predicate is. That's the
Yeah.
difference between a predicate and just saying something, right?
It has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has to be.
That's the same as Wittgenstein, you know?
Yeah.
Similar to. Yep.
I
Because if
think
it's
it's
the key
like
descriptor
Has
of
to
the
have a
sentence,
truth value. Sorry.
I mean, the way I read that quote, you can sort of mess with it if you want to, but to me, it clearly states that Aristotle didn't. If you were trying to categorise, you could not accept a falsehood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The description that you gave had to be that's reality.
if it's a predicate, yeah.
If it's a
Yeah,
predicate.
as
to
much
be.
as you could. Can I add something here earlier? I think I'm a little bit behind, but the intent part, I used to think the way he described it, there was white lies and like degrees. I no longer feel that way, that I started studying more logic and reasoning. I think a lie is a lie is a lie, right? When I told my kids about Santa and took part in that basically deception, it's no less or better of a lie if I'm trying to make them feel good or whatever. It's just a lie. And when you try and
100%
justify
agreed.
that,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
and when you try and justify that with it's just a white lie, or I'm not going to tell my wife she's fat when she's actually fat, you don't have to say, yeah, you look like a hog. But you can say, look, honey, blue just might not be your color. You look beautiful in the white dress, right? Like, I just don't think it's ever good to lie, ever.
Can't disagree with that.
I don't disagree with that, really.
Lies
And
a day.
I try my
really,
best.
aren't they?
I try my best to hold to truth at all times. All I'm saying
They
is
never
that
make you feel good, do they?
I don't always match that standard. That's all.
Oh,
I
of
was
course.
saying.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just saying,
None of us
I don't
do,
think
right?
it's ever good to justify or build yourself up with lies, and it's just part of pride and all that. But like the degree of lie, I don't believe in anymore. A lie, once it's a lie, it's just a lie, man.
Especially right, there's another part right here that, and that's this: if you're talking about something specifically, if you're talking about something, and whatever it might be, I don't know, a car or whatever, and you're talking about it, and you're saying it's like gold or something, and it's not. I mean, what's the point in any of that? Let's talk about what is in reality.
Yeah, reality.
Provable. Like tangible.
I
That's
agree.
why I like this correspondence
mind.
theory of truth. I think that this correspondence theory of truth has hit it spang on bullseye. Personally, it has to align with reality.
Yep.
Well, we wouldn't know what truth is, like what the pure meaning of truth was, unless there was lies and deception. So I understand that it goes back to good and evil.
Yep.
But their lies have to be there, so you know how wonderful the truth is.
I think there's something to be said for that, Ricky.
Yeah, I agree. There's something
Yep.
strong to be said for
Oh,
that.
I'm smarter than I look. I got bags. And bags.
You're a lot.
And
You're a
as I
lot
said
smarter.
before, he is good looking.
Yeah, you're a lot smarter when you have your tiny screwdriver. I will just say that.
Yeah. And I don't even know how to work Google, so I'm not looking at Google and trying to come up with the cleverest things to say. These are things that I truly feel and trust in my heart, right? That I've been passed down or have learned with discernment throughout my life. I'm 51 or 52, I forget now, but like it's just in me, right? Like I speak from the heart. That's why I can repeat it a year from now, and it's pretty much word for word. It's definitely the way I feel.
It's obvious that you've thought deeply about some of these subjects, and that's commendable.
Screw Bev for that. It's taking over my life. No, I think logos actually is the reason for that, and I'm thankful for it. It's been 2 of the best years of my life, right? And I've had some good ones, man. Have been the last 2 years. Now
Nice one, Racky, yeah.
That's something to say right there.
Yeah.
It is.
I can tell you, I can just go out on a limb and say this. I believe it's tied in with everything, right? The way you act, your health, family, business. I've had the 2 best business years I've ever had, supposedly during the worst time economy-wise. But I always lead it back to truth, right? The more truth you have in you and you're exposing truth, the more you might be attacked in some ways. But if you persevere through that, the more you're going to be blessed. And we're truly blessed here, man. This group right here, unbelievable, like crazy good.
I mean, that's why one of my one of the sort of, I don't know if you call it a motto, or it's out of the Druid's Prayer. I think it's the Druid's Prayer, or something they say in the Gorseth anyway, in Wales, is when the statement that they always say at the beginning of when their opening ceremonies going on, and they go agreed on erbyn y byd ews heddwch, and that basically translates as truth against the world. Is there peace? And you're supposed to answer, is there peace? But the word, it's interesting because the actual word for peace doesn't translate exactly as we translate it to peace, because it's got, the ending is an instruction and a command. So they're not saying, is there peace? They're saying, you are a peacemaker. Are you making peace? That's basically what it's saying. So what they're saying is, do you stand up against, no matter what the world is throwing at you, do you stand up and speak your truth?
Yeah.
As you see it, and is the intent from that to bring peace to the world?
For good, yeah.
Yeah. So that's I try to live my life by that kind of tenet anyway, or tenet. I mean.
Let's see. I'll one of the quotes I'll read it that I read to myself every day. It's about that very thing. Let's see. Truth without love is repulsive. So if you're not, even truth, right? If you're not bringing that truth to someone out of love, like trying to give them something, like bring glory, then it's obnoxious, and they'll see right through you.
Can you repeat that, Ricky? I didn't get that.
Yeah, you broke up.
This is, I'll say there's 2 of them that have to do with this, but the one that I really like is truth without love is obnoxious, and the deliverer is repulsive.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. I have another one that I read. It says, don't say anything unless you're bringing people closer to truth, which to me is God, right? Like truth ultimately is God is everything, so God is truth.
Yeah.
But God can mean a lot of things to people. It's their own individual walk, but it's basically, look around you, man. This is all for you. If everyone else wasn't here, this place would still be here for you, right? Like, that's the way I look at it.
But just as you said that, I was outside in the garden. I looked up and just looked up at the sky, directly at the moon. It was like, yeah, that's a moment.
Yeah.
Because you're right. You're
worry,
right. It's all there for you.
Yeah, it's right there for you. Just look up, look around, take a walk. I know we're getting a little bit off topic, but anxiety and fear, I think, is the big killer of this world. And worry, I think worry and anxiety, that ends when you have faith, right? Where your faith begins, your worry and anxiety ends. And anxiety, to me, is thinking of the future without your creator in it, right? Without your savior, without someone who's going to always be there for you. I think that's where anxiety gets people. They lose hope, right? And without hope, man, you might as well hang it up. You will deteriorate quickly. And I think we hear that a lot online. These people are, I think a lot of people are hopeless, right? They've been led down the wrong path, and there's no hope. There's no hope of anything. Hope is in their science, which is, man, that's, to me, that's a little hard to describe.
Well said, Ricky. I mean, I think that reality is so wonderful and so beautiful and so magnificent. Why should anybody even want to lie and describe reality in any other way than it really is? I can't see the point.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that pride thing is tough, man. It's you want to boast, if you made a nickel, you want to tell people it was a dime. It's just, I don't know. I think this is the fall of man, whatever it may be. I think it's just that way. I think the people that fight against it the most are are on the fight for good. But I think it's in everyone. Maybe I'm wrong. I would hope I'm wrong, but it's definitely in me. Like, I can't deny it.
I mean, I'm really, really glad that that Kevin found this correspondence theory of truth. I shall certainly look more into that. It looks really interesting. And as far as like Rocky was saying that we're getting off track a bit, we're not really, because we're talking about truth and what's the value of it. So it is an ethical question that relates to how you behave in the real world.
It is, and by the way, this will come back when we start getting into logic, but even more importantly, rhetoric. When we start getting into those things, I think truth and what is truth and what you say that is true or not true is going to be really important once we get to aspects of rhetoric.
We were talking about where to move on next once we've sort of done the categories, and we're talking about where ethics fits in, don't we? And I think what I said was that you can use rhetoric to construct any kind of argument you see fit, but if it's not truthful, what was the words did I say now? It was something like you can predicate any kind of argument, but should you actually use that argument is a moral question, isn't it? It's an ethical question.
It is an ethical question for sure.
So I think that something like ethics and morals and that will come up really strongly when we get to rhetoric. I think it's in all of the sections, but I think in rhetoric it will be super important, I think.
Yeah, there's a reason why like attorneys and lawyers have to pass the ethics exam, right? Because they learn so much about rhetoric that they have to have that balance, right?
Can you hear me?
They know they're teaching basically sophistry, language that people don't even begin to know exists, much less understand. And as an attorney in the courtrooms and stuff, you're talking even a whole new language. So ethics becomes truly, truly important because you can deceive people without them even knowing it.
I've told him to send us a location because there's a few beaches.
Can I be heard?
Who's that speaking?
Whoever it is really
very low.
It's Brenda.
Oh, it's Brenda. Oh, yes, Brenda Debates. Is that you, Brenda Debates? I presume. Okay, she's gone off mic.
Maybe she's trying to fix her input.
Yeah, that was very low. Let me see whether I can
Boost her up a little.
I'll turn it up from the Discord side.
I've heard
it's
Brenda
gone
on this
deafen.
topic before. She's pretty knowledgeable in what she knows, like the way she believes it. So it's good to get some some different views because
Can you hear? Can you hear better now? Is that better?
I've turned you up, but it's still low. Yeah, I've turned you up to 200. I don't know what YouTube would be thinking. Very low.
I agree with you that it's good to have alternate views that can be put forward as well. Not the least, it keeps SE happy because he doesn't like too much agreement. As he said last week.
I'm just a troublemaker. You know that.
This is one of the main things, though, right? The truth value, again, it comes back up.
Yeah, it definitely is. Pokes its ugly head in almost every group or every situation that you're in. Truth is important to everyone, even people who are like totally distraught or on the evil side. Hang on one second, Brenda. And but they still want truth, right? Like,
is it any better? Is it any better?
That's good, Brenda. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, it's interesting to hear you people talk about truth.
You people? Who's that?
The people of this Discord.
We're just a group of ordinary people.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You people.
We get together for the chat.
Oh, nice.
You is third person plural. I mean, this group
What's
of people.
What's interesting about it, since you're already being kind of honorary? What's interesting? Let's get on with it.
I don't perceive any kind of allegiance to or desire for the truth at all among any of you.
What?
I see no desire. I see no desire for the truth. Yes,
statement.
It is a bold statement, but you like bold statements.
I don't think you know enough about.
Now you're telling me what I like.
Are you okay, Brenda?
I don't see.
Brenda, you know nothing about truth.
Yes,
now, please.
I see no evidence.
Quiet.
I see no evidence, because if you did,
okay, well, good.
You wouldn't behave the way you do.
Okay, then why are you here again?
Because it offends me when people tell falsehoods.
Go on, name one.
You want to be around people
what falsehoods?
You actually came to
when
a place
people pretend
give a shit what you
these
think.
things they're not.
Things that we can,
Yeah, well,
can live with your feeling.
Let's go. We were having a good show. I mean, I don't understand why you got to come in with your.
How do you determine?
You want to talk about
well, the topic is the truth.
No, it's not.
The topic is not.
No, no, it's not.
It's not the truth. What is the
no,
truth?
it's not. But thanks for coming. The topic is the organon categories. We just stopped on this correspondence theory of truth because it has something to do with what Aristotle thought about when it comes to creating propositions and predicates and subjects. That's all. Simple as that.
Okay. Can I ask how you're taking this forward? I mean, I'm interested, as you know, in the organon, particularly the first 3 books, and particularly the second book. Are you intending sort of to drop it here, or are you going to get through the whole of the categories, which is a big deal, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you sketch out the plan, please?
Yeah. So Raven and I just talked about that today. As a matter of fact, I think what we're going to do is to try to get through most, if not all, of categories, if we can. Certainly through chapter 5 at least, and then at some point quickly thereafter move on to a different part of the Trivium logic and just change it up a little bit. Maybe look at some items from logic and entertain that, and then we'll probably move to rhetoric and find some things that discuss rhetoric and kind of circle back again to maybe to on interpretation, and then logic and then rhetoric. I don't know how that's going to work necessarily, but I would go ahead.
I would strongly recommend that as on interpretation is Aristotle's theory of the proposition and of truth and of the principle of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. That's all good stuff. And it's also, you need to understand that. You need to understand his theory of the proposition in order to understand the whole of his logic. So I would, up to you, but I would strongly recommend you focus at some point on that.
Yeah, I think
it's not that hard.
That is a good that is good advice, and you know, as we look into it, I think we may well do that. At least broach some of the higher level things on interpretation, Bebby. So just so that we don't go too far astray when we get to the logic and the rhetoric pieces.
Right.
We just want to make it a little bit. I think some people can really get tired of the grammar aspect of it, which that's the way I see a lot of the Organon. But I think you're right on. Interpretation does get into logic and how it flows into logic. So
the first
appreciate that.
The first 5 or 6 chapters plus chapter 10. Have you heard of the sea battle problem?
No.
Problem of future contingents. Okay, well, we'll talk about that sometime later. But that is one of the most fascinating things he wrote about, and also was obsessed on by the medieval scholastics and the theologians, because basically Aristotle says it's all predetermined. Logically predetermined, or rather he hints at that. He doesn't say that, but there's a big question of whether a statement about the future could be true now. If a statement about like the sea battle tomorrow, will there be a sea battle tomorrow? That was central to the whole sort of Christian theological discussion of free will and determinism,
right?
Of, damnation or not. So that's a suggestion.
Yeah, that's getting deep into some stuff there.
Yeah, I have heard a bit about the sea battle thing, but I haven't looked into it in depth. I think it's useful information that Baby's give us there, because it may be worth. We'll have a look at that book. It may fit in quite nicely to do that if it's dealing with the subjects that you've brought up. So thanks for bringing that up, and it's certainly something that we can look at.
Yeah,
as being perhaps one that we need to.
On the categories, I would recommend, you've got substance, which is the next chapter, isn't it? That is absolutely key, and that is also central to his metaphysics. And some people think that the categories was the first draft of the metaphysics. Then he thought about it some more, and he wrote the metaphysics, which is virtually incomprehensible. But also quantity and quality and relation. I would recommend those 3, because a lot of the medieval discussions of quantity and quality, or extension and intention, were central to the development of science after the Middle Ages. So that would be, I don't know which chapter it is.
It's interesting that you describe metaphysics as the most incomprehensible, when the one sentence there that stands out clearly and full of of truth is his statement there about that which is not said, and yet you're saying that you find metaphysics.
Well, no, that is perfectly comprehensible. But when you get to book 7 on substance, that's the really a lot of it is very approachable. The sort of history of science in book 1 is interesting. Actually, let me just read something from chapter 5 of the categories, because that also relates to truth. He says, statements and opinions themselves remain unaltered in all respects. It is by the alteration in the facts of the case that the contrary quality comes to be theirs. So the statement, he is sitting, remains unaltered. That's the same statement, even if Socrates is sitting, the statement, he is sitting, is true. It remains altered if Socrates stands up. So the proposition, or the opinion, or the belief remains the same, but it's the fact that changes.
Interesting.
That is the next chapter. You're up to chapter 5 on substance.
Yeah, we know 5 is a deep one on substance and that, and will take us a bit of getting through. But
sorry about that, guys. I must have lost you guys, and I had to shut my screen down. But I think I'm back up now. If you want to go.
It was just when I was trying to remember that sentence out of the metaphysics, and I just found it and started to read it, and then the whole thing went.
Perfect, not perfect timing. Yeah.
And I haven't got that sentence to memory yet, but I will do. Anyway, so Has anybody got anything else to?
In any event, I think the true thing is going to consistently come up, but that, as I said, I didn't necessarily want to get into that. I think it's fascinating, so I'm not surprised that we spent quite a bit of time on that. But I wanted to get back to the rest of the recap, if we can. And so as it relates to the recap, so chapter 1 of categories, as I look back on it now, pretty easy now that I think I understand it a little bit better. And this is basically how things are named. One of the people that I think again it was Sadler, said relationally or together, right? So how things are named together, or terms that are used together. So there's 3 different pieces to this. One is the idea of terms or words that are equivocal or they're named equivocally. And so that is the same word is used, but it's a different definition or essence, different substance, essence or definition, but it's the same exact word. And this is pretty easy for us in English. I'm not so sure how easy it is in other languages. As we pointed out, English is kind of strange. But does anyone have an example? Give me an example. I've got one that Sadler pointed out that I thought was brilliant, and I'll bring it up if no one else does. But give me an example of same word, different definition or essence.
Hair.
Okay. How give me how that's used.
Well, I don't know. It's different spelling, is it? Would that be care?
Yeah, no.
It's got to be the same spelling.
Same exact spelling, but different definition.
Don't know. Escapes me at the minute.
Anyone else?
I'm no good at quizzes like this.
How about pie? Pie.
Pie?
Different spelling though, isn't it?
Different spelling.
It's a different spelling? Okay, goes to show you how bad of a speller I am.
Yep.
How about level?
Okay, so give me an example of the two different definitions.
One would be conforming to the liquid parts of the earth, to the curvature of the earth. That would be one definition.
And another?
Another would be even in which no part is higher than the other.
Okay, so those are different?
No, the difference.
I don't think so. I think level can be used, but I'll give you an example. We can use your first definition, that's fine, or your second. Either one is fine. I think those are the same. But level would be I'm playing a video game and I'm on level 2 of the video game. That's level.
Sure.
Okay. So another example of equivocally might be the example that Sadler uses, I thought was brilliant, was seal, S-E-A-L. So seal can be a monarch in the Middle Ages might have used a stamp to seal a letter or an envelope, right? Or a seal can be a mammal that lives in the ocean and often gets eaten by sharks. Or seal can be he pointed this out and I laughed because I really like this artist, but Seal, the artist, black British artist, had a lot of good songs in the 90s, right? So that's an example of equivocally using same word, different definition or essence. And then there's univocally or univocally. I kind of like the way you say it, univocally. Other people say univocally, which is the same word, the same definition, but not exactly the same thing. And this gets at the difference between specific items of the same kind. So examples I gave here, 2 verticals. You can have 2 verticals, right? But this vertical and that vertical are not the exact same vertical, but I'm going to use the same name for it, and it means the same thing. 2 humans, right? You're using the word human, but there's 2 separate human beings there. Or 2 books. This book on Aristotle and this book on Plato. There's 2 separate books, but they're both books. Use the same word, book. Pretty easy to understand, I think, right?
I think that you are confusing. Name is inscribed into species. So if you are saying book, you are describing sort of species. But 2 books, it is not the description of what thing is, but in how many individuals it expresses.
Yeah,
Like that.
You're right in the way that I've prefaced these words by using the word 2 or to identify quantity. That's not what I mean here. What I mean is the word verticals. You can understand that word can be used multiple times, but describing not exactly the same thing, right?
I disagree. The same thing, but not the same individuals.
The same individual, correct.
Thing is the same. 2 cats. You are talking about cat as a species. So you are not making difference between species, but only between 2 examples or instances. If we are talking about what's occurring.
Sounds like he's talking in a pillow.
Yeah, sound is bad there. I don't know what it's coming through like on YouTube.
You would agree, though, that
no better.
Univocally is same definition, but not the same exact thing.
So it just sounds the same.
No,
so you are talking about exact same thing as not same individual or example, concrete thing.
So it's the same word, it carries the same definition, but it's not relating to the same individual thing.
Yes, particular thing, yes.
That particular thing, right. That's what I mean. And again, the video that I got this from, Gregory B. Sadler in this case, is he was describing this, held up 2 separate books. And he said, univocally, I say book and book, and he held them up both in his hands, book and book, but they're not the same exact thing. Same word, same definition, not the same exact thing.
Do you have a link to the video?
I don't, but we can put one in the live chat at some point.
And what book are you talking about?
Any book.
No, you're talking about the Organon?
Yeah. The Organon is a series of books, of which categories is the first.
Do you have links to those?
We can provide some links. I mean, it's easy enough. Google search Aristotle's categories,
okay,
and you'd find it, or Organon, and you'd find all the different ones. There's other books. On Interpretation is the second book. So
I just thought you've read that, Brenda. You surprised me.
I have not read Aristotle's Organon.
Nice.
Well, I'd say in my version of Aristotle, which is the complete work, he writes. Were we talking about equivocally, or were we talking about which one were we talking about?
Univocally. Yeah.
And he actually says which have both the name and the definition, answering to the name in common, such as a man and an ox are both animals. and these are univocally or univocally so named, in as such as not only the name but also the definition is the same in both cases.
Yeah, so in that case, the term that he's describing there is animal, not man or ox.
Yeah.
Right. So you can say, yeah, man is an animal and ox is an animal. True. Animal applies to both of those things, but it's not the same exact thing. Same word, same definition for animal, but not the same thing when you're talking about a man versus an ox, right? Two different things. That's what univocally means.
But the word definition is not good for this, because definition refers only to species, not to kind or genus. Because you have definitions between species, not kinds.
Yeah. Yep, I see what you're saying. I will say, this is not my words. These come from that source from Sadler. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That means that if you have difference between ox and man, it's because of species differentials, and you can put them into one kind animal, but animal is as it is a kind. You are searching for what is common in them. But if you are searching what is different, you are searching for definition that relates to species.
Specifically talking about Aristotle's view of univocally, and his example that he gives you is man and ox are both animals. So he's looking for the commonality between the man and the ox, and saying that that is univocally, univocally defined between man and ox, that they're both animals. So
correct.
They both have the name in common and the definition answering to the name in common, but they are different. But they're different things.
Correct.
Which is Aristotle's interpretation of.
Yep.
Univocally or univocally. We'll have to have a vote on pronunciation.
Univocally, definitely.
I like
it.
It tells you that they sound the same. The name is the same.
I agree. I think the other version is sophistry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
Word wizardry.
What do you think sophistry is?
I don't. Pertaining to what? To the name.
Sophistry is pretending to be wise. Pretending.
Well, that might be one way to put it. Another would be employing fallacious reasoning in your rhetoric, right?
Yes.
I would say that's more of a paralogism. Yeah.
Did you hear that, Brenda? With the keyword knowingly lying.
So we've got equivocally or equivocally, univocally or univocally, and then derivatively, which is a little bit more complex. Again, from Sadler, right? That words derived from primary words. He mentions, and this is what kind of made sense to me. In English, we tend to use suffixes to differentiate between words that are derived from the same words, secondary words derived from primary words. Examples that he gave is health and healthy, not the same thing, but it's derived. So healthy is derived from health. Bravery is derived from brave. Courageous is derived from courage, but they're relationally kind of in the same bucket, but they are Again, not the same exact thing. So those are the three. I hesitate to say categories because it gets it screwed up, but three ways that how things are named, at least from Aristotle: equivocally, equivocally, univocally, or derivatively. So that was chapter 1. Chapter 2, completely complex and complicated. And again, Sadler said as much. He said when his students go through chapter 2 of categories, and even when he went through it, it doesn't make a lot of sense until you get into other Aristotelian works, and it becomes a little bit clearer. He said a little bit clearer. I tend to agree with him. So this kind of quadrant view is what made sense to me. The examples that are in here are what I struggled to grasp. This could be totally wrong or could really be confusing. I will definitely say that. But nonetheless, these are the four. I will say that the top piece of each of the four, these top ones, these top ones here, and here, these are, at least the way Sadler suggested they are. The examples are ones that I gathered from lots of different videos, and quite honestly, there's not a lot on YouTube about chapter 2 itself. So commentaries on chapter 2 and categories, I think I'd have to go to Porphyry for that and read through it, which I plan on doing at some point. But it's you could tell how complicated it is by how few videos there are of people wanting to delve into explaining this. But really, chapter 2 is about 4 possibilities for predication, and described as of and use of and in. So the 4 possibilities are things said of a subject or predicated of a subject, but never in a subject. And again, you get these ofs and ins, and they get to be really complicated. But the example that was provided is the term man can be said of Socrates. So Socrates is a man. You're predicating man of Socrates. But man is not in Socrates. So if you think about that, you could say Socrates is a man, and man could be said of Socrates, but man is not in Socrates. So I think there was the idea of the essence or the description of man used as a term is not in Socrates himself. So again, difficult to kind of wrap your head around it, especially with the it's really tongue twisting and kind of weird until you really parse through the language. But that's an example that I think Aristotle used and Sadler used. Same thing. So the next one is things that are in a subject but cannot be said of a subject or can't be predicated of. And in this case, example is knowledge. So that's the term. Knowledge is in Socrates or in his mind, right? But knowledge cannot be said of Socrates. In other words, knowledge, you can't say knowledge is Socrates, right? You can't predicate Socrates of knowledge. It doesn't work that way. Socrates is the most, in this example that Aristotle gives, is the most specific of the term. Maybe it wasn't Aristotle that gave the example. It might have been Porphyry. I can't really remember. But that's an example of things that are in a subject but cannot be said of a subject. And then there's things said of a subject which are also in a subject. So for this, the example that Sadler gave was knowledge can be said of grammar. So you can predicate knowledge of grammar because knowledge is grammar is a type of knowledge, and knowledge is in Socrates. So that the term knowledge can be used there both as a predicate for grammar and a predicate for, and something that's described as in Socrates or in his mind, as an example. And then the fourth one is things that cannot be said of a subject nor be in a subject. And this is my example, just because, and I don't know why Secretariat popped into my head, but for those of you who don't know, Secretariat is a horse that won the Triple Crown in horse racing in the United States. No idea why Secretariat popped in my head, but it did. So I went with it. So Socrates can be said, or Secretariat can be said of Socrates, cannot be, this should say, sorry, it should say cannot be, it's a typo. Secretariat cannot be said of Socrates, nor can Secretariat be in Socrates, because it's not the same thing at all. So my bad on the typo there. These are really complicated, and I still don't have it down. You'd have to run me over with a truck 5 times for me to get this probably, and I plan on running myself over again with this. But this is chapter 2, and I guess I'll have to trust Sadler when he says you'll make more sense of this once you get into some of the other stuff.
Keep coming back
Aristotle.
to it. Keep coming back to it, and
it.
It may click. So I'm starting to get the beginning too of those. They make sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really I think it's the term in, and Sadler says the same thing. It's when you start using the term in, especially in English, it screws us up, right? Because we think of in as, something in a vessel, but there's a more conceptual idea of in that can be used as well, like where it says knowledge is in Socrates, right? That's more conceptual than it is physical, i.e., there's a marble in my cup or something, or there's a tea bag in my cup, right? So it's still the same. You start getting into that in thing.
Yeah, it's still within, right? Maybe.
Yeah, but in a different, in a conceptual versus a physical aspect, right? Because there is no physicality to knowledge.
Yeah. Well, I think isn't that what the in means? I think.
I mean, if you look at number 4, I think that one's fairly clear, particularly with the Secretariat. Brings it home. What they're talking about there is almost like the essence of what would make Socrates. I mean, do you understand what I mean? Because like the saying is, Secretariat can be said of Socrates, so you could. Oh no, this you've got the typo, haven't you? Oh no, you've just corrected it.
Yeah, it's cannot. It should say cannot.
That should say cannot be said of Socrates.
Yep.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Right.
So you can't say that Secretariat can be said of Socrates because they are two different. One's a man, one's a horse, isn't he?
Yeah, but there's more than that. They're two specific substances.
Yeah, that's right, and I think that's where you get the in Socrates, because in it's almost if they're talking about the essence of the Secretariat can't be anywhere in the essence that makes Socrates, because they're completely different species, aren't they?
Yeah, completely different individual essences, right? Substances.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Very complicated kind of thing, I think.
But I must admit, I need to revisit chapter 2 quite a few times.
Yeah. And then chapter 3 we went through last week. Chapter 3, at least from Porphyry anyway, starts to bring out genus and species and the difference between those two things, and then predication in general, and how predication actually works in the creation of a proposition. Socrates is a man is a proposition. This pen is blue is a proposition. And again, I think most people probably are starting to get it that, Socrates is a subject, man is the predicate. You're predicating man of Socrates. Once you say it enough times and you get used to it, like anything with practice, it becomes a little bit easier to get to. And the genus and species are two. We're going to see in chapter 5 that there's Aristotle talks about what are called the 5 predicables. I think genus and species are 2 of them, and then there's 3 others. So we'll see those once we get to chapter 5. And then this is Porphyry's tree, which I left up in here because it gives you, at least for me anyway, it gives me a visual representation of the what in essence is at the very bottom, the most individual thing. This is the interesting thing as you get into Aristotle, and Raven and I were talking about this earlier today, is the term substance is used twice, and it's used for as you can see up here in Porphyry's diagram, it's used as the most general of this tree, and it's also said of the most specific one of the tree at the bottom. So both of those are substances. One is primary, as I understand it, and one is universal. I think those were the terms. I have to go back and look at it.
There's 2 substances. There's primary substance and
universal substance.
Universal substance.
Yeah. So, and even that gets complicated to get into, but
sometimes it's as if they're talking about substance, but then you get confused about which substance they're talking about.
Right. And
That's
we were
what happens
talking.
to me.
Yeah, Raven, if you're still out there, SE, Raven and I were talking about you earlier because we didn't know if there was like a different word for those 2 ideas of substance in Greek, or if it was ousia for both. We weren't exactly sure. And without the Greek, I'd have to get a book that has the Greek alongside the English translation. 4 categories.
Like essence.
Yeah,
essence. Also taste.
Yep.
Could mean taste. Yeah.
So it's as with all this stuff, again, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, there's always going to be a struggle with understanding because the original categories were in Greek, and we're struggling because there's a translation, and then upon that you have the modern day Greek, which SE can help us out with, but you struggle because even that language changes over millennia.
I'd like to find a version of that in the original Greek as Aristotle wrote it. I'm not sure if there's one available.
I don't either know if there's one available, or if it even exists anymore, or if we only have commentary and translations. Yep. But that was chapter 3, and then chapter 4 that Raven talked about last week. It gets into the 10 different ways in which we talk about things. Those are called the 10 categories, and really it's not 10 if you think about it. It's really 1 and then 9 attributes or not qualities, because that word is used here, that term is used here.
Use accident as well, don't they?
Yeah, accident is a term that they use to describe these things. But again, this is going to be really important when we get to chapter 5 to understand that the substance in this case is that particular thing, right? It's that particular man called Socrates, or it's that particular horse called Secretariat. Maybe that's where I came up with Secretariat. It's not just any man or any horse. It's a specific one. And that's why, when you look at these attributes, so to speak, or accidents, as they put it, quantity, quality, relation, the ones especially place, time, and position, that's what made the light bulb go off for me on when they say substance here, it's talking about a specific thing. Again, that thing you would either hold in your hand or point to or observe in reality. And so now you're going to ascribe, the quality, not again, qualities, I keep using that term, I got to stop using it, the accidents or the attributes of that particular thing or person or what have you. And here's the 9 different ways that you can categorize those. And the interesting thing that Raven and I talked about was, I wonder if there was, if anyone throughout history, any of the philosophers or logicians had ever tried to say that there should be more than 9, or maybe even less than 9. I don't know, but there's 9, and everything that you can, I guess, the way I interpret it is everything you can say about a specific substance or a specific person or a specific animal or a specific anything. Anything you could say about it would fit into one of these 9 categories. I don't know that there's any more, or someone has tried to come up with more than the 9 or less for that matter. But that was an interesting thought that I had when Raven and I had talked about.
I think that I realised as well was because I was when Bev asked the question last week, and I was talking across purposes with Bev. And I understand now is because I got primary substance in my mind, whereas Bev was talking about secondary substance, making it more to do with the attributes that can be predicated again, against that substance. So that's explained to me why I got in such cross purposes with Bev, and it's basically because we were talking about two separate things but using the same word.
Yep, 2 different things called substance in
because we didn't use primary and secondary.
Yep, and you have to.
Yeah.
Right.
And that just shows how important it is to get your definitions and come to terms right at the beginning.
Exactly right. So that's basically the recap. I think, there's the definition, or the Greek for substance, ousia. So yeah, I think that's about all the recap. Folks are going to have to go through and recap as we go through this. It's going to be important to do that as we go along. But I think that's all I had for now.
We're trying to drop videos and links and anything of interest in the Trivium section of the Discord. So if anybody wants access to that, I can allow people into the Trivium to join in with the conversation there, or just find an easy way of finding the links to the various things that we spoke about. So just let me know, and I'll try and get you in as soon as I can.
That's all I had, Bev.
Sorry, I was on mute, wasn't I? Close this.
I was wondering then if everybody had run off.
Yeah, I am here. I see.
I think that's
Betty's gone, has he?
Yep, he's gone. But I did appreciate his suggestion on the On Interpretation book of.
That was interesting because we had that conversation, wasn't it, Kevin?
Yeah.
And that's an interesting contribution to that conversation we were having. So that, that could be a bit of logos coming through, couldn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Yep.
Hey, I got no more space in my bag. Not a fish, but not all fish. But I might have to get rid of some of the shit I got.
Hot mic.
Spot on.
So that's what smells.
Whoops.
It's those stinky fish. Yeah, so I think next week we'll Raven and I'll try to hit on chapter 5. We may have to take that one pretty darn slow because it really delves into the meat of stuff. And then if anybody wants to go through more of this recap, try to understand the different chapters, what predication is, how do we predicate, that kind of thing. I think the truth discussion around proposition and predication is something we're going to constantly come back to. So we certainly won't be leaving that.
Yeah, that was an interesting contribution of Bebby as well.
Well, he is an academic.
Yeah, we understand that.
An academic. Nice.
Well, I enjoyed listening to this evening.
Yeah.
And I've learned a lot, and I'm gonna the last part, I've missed some of it, and I'm gonna have to catch up. That gives me a week to catch up. So, thanks for that, guys. It's a good job, everyone.
Conversation's not finished yet, though, right? It's just opened up now to.
No, I'm just saying there's a lot in there, yeah, and it might take me a while to get my head around some of it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I particularly like the idea of that truth statement and the idea whether you can predicate a falsehood.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the quote from Metaphysics from Aristotle, which really backs up the way I see the truth value of things.
Right. It's the predication that has the truth value, right?
The
sentence.
Apparently, it's the proposition, isn't it?
Proposition, technically. Yeah.
Yeah, the sentence and proposition. I use them interchangeably.
Yeah. But to me, the whatever term you're using to predicate something is either true or false, isn't it? The thing itself isn't true or false, but the way that you use it to construct the proposition.
Correct.
Gives it a truth value, doesn't it?
Right. If I say the apple is red, it's the sentence, the apple is red, that's true or false. Apples are just exist. They just are.
Yeah, but red is the predicate, right?
In the sentence, yes.
Yeah, so for you to say the apple is red, you couldn't say the apple is green and green be the predicate for that apple if the apple is red. Because it's a false statement. It's not a predicate of a red apple if you say green.
I think I can say things that are false.
But yeah, but the question then is it a predicate?
If I say there's a red apple on the table and I say there's a green apple on the table,
yeah,
I think green is the predicate. It just falsely
corresponds. Green is
corresponds.
not the predicate for a red apple, though, is it? Red is the predicate for a red apple.
That's what makes it false.
Therefore, not a predicate for that.
No,
apple.
It's still a predicate.
It would be a predicate for a green apple if you were saying it was green, but it wouldn't be a predicate for a red apple.
I think that it's a predicate. It just happens to be false.
Well,
right?
I don't. Fails. That's where we disagree, Brenda. That's what I'm saying.
It's a predicate, but in the correspondence theory of truth, it fails to correspond to the apple, right?
Yeah, so it's not a predicate for a green apple if it's red.
I think it is.
Mm.
I understand where Bev's coming from, because the statement itself doesn't define the reality as presented, so it's incorrect. So it doesn't predicate reality, so it's a falsehood right from the start. You can say it, but then you're lying, aren't you? So then you get into the debate about why somebody was lying.
Well, I think that people can lie. People can make false predications.
But if the predicate is the explanatory term of the sentence to which subject you're referring to, it's a lie.
I agree.
Therefore, not a predicate.
I don't see that.
That's obviously where we differ then, right?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Because I think that you can...
It's a way of slipping a falsehood through, isn't it?
It's like I can say something that's false and, right, I've still done predication. I've still made a sentence. I've constructed it. It has subject, object, verb, correspondence, all that stuff. It simply fails to correspond to that apple that's on the table. That seems to make sense to me.
I would agree.
Well, if a predicate is just a mere explanation, then you can say whatever you want. But if you define a predicate as the actual word that in the sentence that explains the subject, I don't know, is it really? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think people do say whatever they want. People say things that aren't true.
Yeah.
Then it's our task. Then it's it's our task to figure out whether or not what they say is true or false.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's disagreeing that people tell falsehoods. But to call a predicate, because you give the term predication the act of predicating. So somehow the act of predicating has the power to have a truth value, but the predicate itself can't have one.
Well, the predicate has the truth value. It has the property of being false.
Okay, so it holds a truth value, then it's either false or it's true.
Yeah.
You can be mistaken in your predication, but if you're deliberately predicating something falsely, it's just a lie.
Yeah. A lie is a type of predication.
I wouldn't associate lie with predication, because the intent of the predication is to determine the reality of what you're predicating. If you're going to start throwing lies in there, you're not ever going to get there.
People can be wrong. People could.
Yes, you could be mistaken in a predication, but if you're deliberately misleading in the predication, it's a lie. It shouldn't be associated with the word.
I agree that I think it's just. I think a lie is just a type of predication where the predicate doesn't correspond to the facts in reality.
I would not associate the word lie in my vocabulary.
Sorry, John, I was talking over you then. I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Well, that's fine. I'm through. My apologies.
No, I mean, all I was going to say was, I think the act of trying to say that a predication that is knowingly a falsehood, and saying that's just a type of predication, is a way of softening. It's a bit like the conversation we had about white lie. It's a way of slipping through a lie and trying to make it like valid, to say that it's okay to lie because it's a type of predication.
You see, it's the way. That's why definition of terms are important, because the way Brenda is explaining it, she's not entirely wrong.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't think that it should be described that way. I think it's been described that way for a purpose.
I think
so that you can say it's type of predication and soften the blow about it deflects from the fact that it was a falsehood, that it was a lie.
Because if predicate is the explanatory word of a sentence describing the object, then it has to be true by definition, if that's the term.
I'd agree with your way of looking at it.
What was that?
But Brenda has a point as well, because if it's just an explanation, if you define predicate as just an explanation, then it could be both a lie and a truth.
Dialetheism.
This is dialetheism, yes.
But see, what I would say is, if predicate is saying something of something else, then it wouldn't be a predicate to say that that bald man is hairy, right? I would agree with you. It's not a predicate to say something that isn't true of something else, because you have to be saying something of that thing for it to be a predicate.
Yeah, I agree, Bev, and that's why I don't think you should be able to say that predication, that a false predication is just a type of predication.
Yeah. Yeah,
because
to me it's not.
I think
I would agree, but it's not clear cut. It's not clear cut if you don't define the term.
Because it leads to dialetheism.
Yeah.
Well, and again, this is fascinating, and I totally see both sides. I see what Brenda and Bebby and I think Cool Cat said that he had agreed, and I see Essie's and Bev and your points, Raven. You could see both sides. The interesting thing to me, and I don't know the answer to this, the interesting thing to me is Aristotle, as Aristotle wrote categories, and as he speaks of predication, right? Just me, myself, this is my own opinion. Do I think Aristotle would have predicated something that wasn't true? Would he have said that predication is something that you can do when you knowingly know it's not true of the subject that you're describing or that you're predicating? That I don't know the answer to that, right? I have my suspicion that I think Aristotle would tend to agree with what Bev and Essie are saying, that yes, you can call it predication, but it's really not, because it's not true.
Wouldn't predication be a distinction about a specific thing that doesn't change?
Well, again,
what you're talking about.
Right. It's specific to what you're talking about. That is, Aristotle, at least in my opinion, made that clear, right? It's not a cup. You know, Bev used the example early on of this cup is heavy. Yeah, this cup. Which one? The one Bev was holding up in his hand when he was saying this cup is heavy, or the one that I'm holding now in my hand? This cup, not just any cup, not a cup, but this cup, right? In fact, this cup is white.
Needs filling up, actually.
Yeah, so does mine. So, but it's a fascinating conversation. But again, what we're striving for is trying to, at least, can we try to understand what Aristotle would have thought in his day of the act of predicating or predication of a subject, if you know that how you're about to predicate something is false. You know it's false. The apple is red. Now, again, aside from color blindness and all that stuff, right? You know the apple is red, yet you say the apple is green. It's fascinating to me.
I wouldn't call it a predicate. I'd call it a description.
Because, but again, in our language today, that is a predicate. To say that the apple is green even though it's red is a predicate. You could say it, as Brenda said, you could put it together, right?
You're confusing the hell out of me.
I know. I said it's a fascinating conversation.
Suppose I say I spell out two 10-digit numbers, and I say that if you multiply those two numbers, you get this other number. And I'm lying. It's not true. The multiplication of those two 10-digit numbers is not what I say it is. And I know it. I know that I'm wrong. I know that I'm lying. But I tell it to you. What do you think? You don't know. You don't have a calculator handy, right? You could, you would say that you predicated the product of these two 10-digit numbers, but you don't know if it's true or false until I check.
Until you verify it, which is what Bebby was saying as well in the examples that he gave. I understand what you're saying. I do. I also understand what Bev is saying is, from an Aristotelian perspective, is predicating something that you know is a lie, is predicating something of a subject you know is a lie, is that predication as far as Aristotle would be concerned? I don't know the answer. Personally, me, I don't know the answer to that.
All I would say is
Aristotle.
Yeah.
John,
there's
call
been some
him up.
good circumstantial evidence that you presented tonight, Kevin, out of the metaphysics. That, to me, that's a fairly clear-cut, definitive statement about truth and false. And I think that's good circumstantial evidence that I don't think he would tolerate a false predication. That's just the way I read it. I don't know if that's actual fact, but good circumstantial evidence, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody would know for sure because I don't, to my knowledge, I don't believe he specifically stated, right? But in the examples that he used, I'm pretty sure that Aristotle himself would have used truthful examples in how he predicated. I think.
I think for his system, his categorization, they have to be true. Otherwise, his categorization system falls apart.
Well, the problem, though, then, even if I were to accept that, you can't know that it's true until you've verified that it's true. So I can't know that those two numbers multiplied together equal what this other person said about them until I check. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Brenda. I mean, a simpler example is, I am 6'1", right? So I can say that I'm 6'1". I am specifically talking about me as a person, so it is true. I've predicated that, or I've ascribed, or I keep wanting to say, qualified, but it's not. I've said that about myself. But you don't know unless someone measures me. I mean, it's a point. It's a valid point. I think what Bev is saying, though, and Raven, that I also agree with is, again, is it actual predication? Does predication itself, does it have to, or should it have a truth value? It's fascinating. It's a fascinating conversation. Yeah, we had it last week as well.
To me,
in my opinion, yes.
Yeah, it's quite simply said. If predication is saying something of something else, can you say something of something else that isn't true? And would that still be a predication of that thing?
You could say it, but I think you should call it something different.
Yeah, it's not a predication if it's not true.
Yeah.
That was very well said, Bev. Perfect.
I think that it is still predication because it's derived from a word dico. It means say, to say. So if you are denying predication as saying, so you are denying the same word, in fact, because predicating is to saying.
Say something of something else.
Yes.
Of, right? That term of, not in, of something else. So you need the something else to say something of it. Now, could you say something false of that thing? Because it's not. You're not saying something of it if it's not true.
Of course.
I think you can.
It is false, but you can say it. It means that it is what you are doing, not the thing is doing, or as it is. You are not changing this thing at all. If Socrates is a man, you cannot change this by saying that he is an ox. But you can say that he is an ox.
But it wouldn't be a predication, would it?
It will be false predication.
I would say it isn't a predication. You can't predicate ox of Socrates.
You cannot truly do that. You can lie about it. Yes.
Yeah, well, it would be a lie then, not a predication.
False predication. I think that predication is more a technical term, or grammar term, or even
I think you're right. I think it is today. I think you're right. Yeah. Definitely is today. If you asked any, I believe if you went in and asked any grammar school teacher or university, somebody teaching grammar, and we had this conversation, I'm pretty sure they're going to side. They're going to side on the side that says, yeah, you can predicate green of the red apple. Sure. Yeah, sure. Even though that apple's red, you could predicate green of it, of course. It's just a sentence. You just put words together. It's fine. It's
I
false,
think,
but it's fine.
I think that the word predication doesn't. It's neutral for me. It can be true and can be false. But of course, you shouldn't predicate falsely. But it's still predication, I think.
And I think that's the argument, right? It is interesting, though, and this comes down to every individual, right? Would I or would Bev or would anyone else that believes that a truth value is important, would we believe that it's predication? And I'm with Raven. Given what I've read from Aristotle and what I think he would say, I'm not sure he would agree that it's predication.
I think that he wouldn't agree because of his definition of truth, because he assumed that the truth is from our senses, begins from our senses, and is going through three abstractions: physical, mathematical, and metaphysical. So if you are saying about apple that is red, so this apple had to be seen before, and he's not talking about a apple. He's talking about apple which is it was seen before, and therefore it should be red, because you cannot see just a apple. You can see only red or green or whatever, but concrete apple, and therefore you cannot predicate. If you saw the red apple, you cannot say truly that he is not red. That's what Aristotle would say, I think.
I mean, there was an interesting thing, that an implication from what Brenda was saying when she was saying that if she was going to multiply two numbers together and then give you the value, and that you don't know without a calculator whether that's true or false. In the initial situation, the only moral case would be against the person like Brenda giving the false information. But what happens these days, and an example of, if you then took that information that Brenda had given and you didn't check whether that was true or false, and then you then passed it on, you then become culpable because you haven't verified it. And this is what happens with a lot of the people. You go on, you Google it, and you take the first thing that comes up as gospel and start spreading that as truth. Then you become culpable of a falsehood because you haven't done due diligence with the information that you'd been given. That was just an aside, really, from something that came to me from what Brenda was saying.
Nicely said.
That's why I never like the word. Go ahead, spot on.
Okay, I was going to say the way it's being bantered around today, to me, is losing some of its meaning. I mean, if someone offers you a proposition, it can be true or false. So if you ask that person who's offering that proposition to predicate the proposition, it would, in my opinion, that should put him on the spot to reveal the truth about what he's saying. And if he can't predicate it honestly, then, it's a lie, in my opinion. I mean, the word is just like getting too convoluted a little bit, in my opinion. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say exactly. Go ahead, spot on.
Are we agreed that, I said this earlier, so I had to go out, but according to Aristotle, whatever anyone else says, according to Aristotle, propositions are those which are capable of truth and falsity. Aristotle says quite clearly that a proposition can be true or false. Are we satisfied with that?
Well, if that's the terminology, then yes. But if the predicate, if the predication, like the word itself, is the explanatory part of the sentence, then no. That's why definition of terms is very important, and I don't think we've defined predicate well enough, in my opinion.
Right. But there are two things: there's predication and propositions. Are we all satisfied? Because this is what Aristotle actually said. His very words. He says that propositions can be true or false. A proposition
yeah, obviously, yeah, absolutely.
Right, so we're okay with that. So the question is whether predication, a predication, a term which Aristotle never uses, a predication is a proposition or not.
Exactly what I'm trying to say. Yes, Eddie. Exactly.
Right.
We have to come to terms on that. Yeah, because then both sides could be right.
There are other clues, because again, this is in on interpretation. You don't find much about this in the categories. In on interpretation, he starts with the idea of sentence, with truth and fallacy, with subject and predicate, and so forth. And he quite clearly says that there is affirmation and denial, and this is key to his whole theory. So to affirm is to affirm a predicate of a subject. To deny is to affirm. Now, here the Greek is almost impossible to translate, but he sort of says denial is taking something from something. So you're taking the predicate away from the subject. So he actually says that, and that to me indicates that he believes that a proposition and a predication are one and the same thing, although the predication can be of two kinds. It could be affirmation or denial. To affirm a predicate of a subject is an affirmation. That's one kind of proposition. A denial is to sort of take away. Let me just find.
Yeah, so I read the same thing, Bevy.
You read the same thing.
Yeah, to take away, as you put it, to take away the predicate. Although, again, it's in Greek. It's in Greek, so there is an argument, I think, to be made that Aristotle may have thought, if he had the term predication, and again, we're on that English word, right? To say that if the proposition is denied, then you take away the predicate. The predication is false. You've taken it away.
I agree, Kevin.
What is the word in Greek?
That supports Bev's view.
Or rather, he would say that this thing is deprived from
the Latin, which is I understand the Latin better than the Greek, but the Latin says affirmatio, affirmation, est enunciatio, and is a proposition. Aliquis de aliquo, of something. Negatio, which is negation or denial, is the enunciation of something from something. And in Greek, that is tinos apo tinos. So it's very hard to express that in English, because to say a negation or denial is an enunciation of something from something doesn't make much sense. So the English translator of this, which I think is Edgehill, says a denial is a negative assertion. But that's completely bad translation. But the point is, if we're to understand what Aristotle means by predication, well, it's quite clear. It means affirming something, the predicate of something, the subject. And negation or denial is the taking away of the predicate from the subject. But both are forms of predication.
There, yeah. So we're kind of right back to that. Is it really predication if you're taking the predication away, right? As Aristotle kind of puts it. It's interesting. It's super interesting, but
but you can make an affirmation that's false. You can say of what is.
Can you though? Can you?
Oh yeah, you can say of a black cat that it's red, right?
But is it affirmed?
That cat is red. Now that is an affirmation. So you're affirming the predicate red of the subject, the cat, right? So that is affirmation, not denial. And you could also deny that it's black. So both it's false, but it's clearly predication of some kind.
No, but you said to take away. You didn't take away. You changed the color. What did you take away from the cat?
The color. No, the color remains the same. It's the predicate I took away in language and in thought. Remember, Aristotle is concerned with speech, and he actually says somewhere else in the categories that truth and falsity are not in things; they're in our opinion, our belief, and in what we say. So you can easily take a predicate away or affirm it of something in the proposition, right? But the proposition is not the reality. The proposition corresponds to the reality.
But it doesn't, does it? In the case of the lie.
Well, remember there are three things. There is honestly stating something you believe to be true, but which isn't. Right?
Right, yeah.
Aristotle had all sorts of weird theories about gravity, for example. So there's good faith falsity, and there's the actor who says something that's false knowingly, but also knowing the audience won't be deceived. And finally, there is saying something you know to be false or believe to be false, with the intention of deceiving, right? So these are three separate things, but they're all forms of predication.
That's sophistry.
Yeah, but we all agree what's the wrong one.
Yeah. Sophistry is something aside from that. Sophistry is more sophisticated. It's trying to deceive by using certain forms of argument. So there's a blatant lie, which is not sophistry, it's just a lie. And then there's a sort of trying to persuade people with arguments that are complete sophistry or fallacious, but people are stupid enough to believe. Sophistry is something else.
It's dialectics.
That's why I hated that word. When I first heard it, I said this is one of those magic words. Like mass. I related it to mass right away. As soon as I heard it, I go, oh no, here we go. It's going to be one of those things that we can argue about forever.
Sorry, which word, SE?
Predicate.
Predicate.
I wouldn't worry. Why are you worrying about it? I mean, Aristotle has a very, very clear theory of the proposition of affirmation and denial. You affirm something of something, or you deny something, deny something from something, right? That's a very, very clear theory, and it is central to all of his sort of the work. It's central to all his logic. He very rarely talks about predication. So what's the problem? Why bother with it? Something
it's
that
about communication, Betty. We're trying to get to the truth of something. Like you seem to be of the opinion of people that think it's okay to lie about things.
That's nothing to do with Aristotle's theory of truth.
What? No, we're talking about a predicate. Is it a predicate if you say something false about something? If a predicate is saying something of something else, if you say something that is not of something else, is it still a predicate? That's the question. Very simple.
This is a doxographic discussion or hermeneutical. What do we think Aristotle means by something?
No. I'm not saying about. I'm not bothered about Aristotle. We're now talking about us as a group discussing what we think about it.
Sorry, I thought we were discussing the categories. But...
Yeah, but the conversation is to aid this group to come to an interpretation that we think is valid, as far as I understand it, using like Aristotle's as a basis to start with. But personally, to me, I'd agree with Bev. If your predication turns out to be a lie, it's no longer a predication. It never was one. But that's
give us your opinion, Betty, because you've read up on this. Give us your opinion when you talk.
Yeah, I'm happy to. When I've already said it, I've said what Aristotle's theory of predication is.
What's your theory? What's your opinion on the matter? Do you think a predicate is the actual descriptive word in the sentence of the subject, or do you think it's just a definition, like an explanation of the subject, and could be either a falsehood or a truth?
Just any old word.
Opinion? Yeah, any old word. What's Betty's opinion?
Sorry, what is my opinion on what again? Are you asking for my opinion on what Aristotle means? Or are you asking for my opinion?
You, on your personal opinion, sir. Your personal opinion. Not Aristotle.
My personal opinion agrees with Aristotle. Aristotle is spot on.
On
most
Betty?
Most philosophers of the language would agree with that. You know, there wouldn't be any dispute at all about what predication is.
What do you think Aristotle meant then? Let me put it that way.
Right. He meant, first of all, the propositions or statements or sentences. Propositions is better. Propositions are composed of two terms joined by what's called a copula. And Kevin, if you look at Sarah's series on what is logic, number 5 and number 6, she very clearly explains that. So a proposition is a composition of two, it's complex, it's composed of two terms. That proposition can either be an affirmation or a denial. So an affirmation would be, this cat is red. Denial would be, this cat is not right. Right, so that's his theory of the proposition. And forget truth now, he comes to truth later. Red is the one that comes last is the predicate. That's the second one, the second term. The first term is the subject. Right, so that is, in my view, what Aristotle's theory is. He then says, he gives four possible conditions. You can say of what is the case that it is not the case, in which case you're speaking falsely. Or you can say of what is not the case that it is the case, also speaking falsely. Or you can say of what is the case that it is the case, that's speaking truly. Or you can say of what is not the case that it is not the case. He is not concerned here with lying, he is concerned with truth and falsity. So whether you're honestly speaking, saying something which happens to be false, or whether you're an actor, or whether you're lying with intent to, or you're saying something false that you know to be false with intent to deceive, all these are forms of predication according to Aristotle. And I agree with Aristotle.
What was that?
Can't say more than that.
You said earlier on that he said something in that situation where it was a lie, that he said something about taking away the predicate.
Yeah.
What was that?
That's not lying. No. Look, if the cat is black, and I say that cat is not red, right? Now that's a denial. It's a negation. I've used the word not, the term not. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying this cat isn't. I'm truly saying this cat is not red. So I am taking away the predicate in Aristotle's weird terminology. I'm denying black. Sorry, I'm denying red of the black cat, and that's true. That's a denial.
That's not the way I'm sure that's not the way you worded it earlier on it.
Well, either you misremembered or I was sort of made a mistake.
I'll have to dig around. And see what I can find.
Raven? What did you think I said?
I thought you said that if it turned out that the predication was a lie or a falsehood,
the proposition.
The predicate was taken away.
No, that's not true. No, you can truly deny something, and you can falsely affirm something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Makes more sense, does it? Yeah. Sorry if I confused.
I don't think I was the only one that
Predicate's synonymous with.
Sorry, I see. What did you say?
No, go ahead, Raven. Go ahead.
I can't remember what I was going to say, but what I'm saying is that I think my view of predication is coming closer and closer to yours, SE. Seems as if it is one of these terms that are meant to deceive.
I think so. To confuse at the very least.
Confuse, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I think honestly you have to read. First of all, this is not really the central subject of the categories, which is the kinds of terms that there are, i.e. the kinds of terms that can occur in a proposition. So again, Aristotle has what's called the two-term theory. Every proposition, whatever it looks like on the surface, has just two terms, the subject and the predicate, which you can either affirm or deny the predicate of the subject. That is his theory. And that is central to On Interpretation, the second book. It is not central to the categories, because first he wants to explain what terms are, and the 10 kinds of terms that there can be. So this is a bit premature.
Can you be conflating predicate with proposition, Betty?
A predicate is not a proposition. A predicate is a kind of term. So a proposition is made up of two terms, hence it's called the two-term theory of Aristotle. The subject and a predicate joined by what's called a copula, the verb is. Right, so a predicate is one of those terms, And that's a predicate. It is a term. It's not a proposition. But when you join the two terms, the subject and the predicate, together, either by affirmation or denial, then you have a proposition. Or as somebody want to call it, a predication. But Aristotle never calls a proposition a predication.
If it's based on affirmation and denial.
Correct. That's all there can be. There's no other possibility, according to Aristotle.
I'm not sure it's that clear cut, but I think we're narrowing it down a little bit.
Again, you need to read the first 5 chapters of On Interpretation, because it is very clear. It really is very, very clear. We're talking about the categories now. This is different. On Interpretation is about propositions, about two terms stuck together in a proposition. Categories is about the terms themselves. And it's a very logical setup. He starts with terms. Then book 2, then On Interpretation, he talks about the two terms combining to a proposition. Then in the prior analytics, which is about the syllogism, he talks about propositions put together to form an argument. It's all nicely set up. It's beautifully arranged.
It is nice. I gotta admit to that. It's really fascinating. Yeah.
Interesting.
Categorization of words and meanings.
Yeah, but you're on the categories now. So
the really good stuff is when you get to the sophistical refutations. That's some really good stuff when you get to.
Yeah, well, that's a long way away, Kevin. Right?
Oh, it's a very long way away. Yeah.
You've got after the prior analytics, you've got the posterior analytics, which is Aristotle's theory of scientific method. Then you've got the topics, which nobody's really sure how to categorize. Then you've got sophistical refutations, which is about fallacious reasoning, which I think will interest this group.
Well, don't be a stranger, Betty. Show up when we do this. Clearly, you know the subject.
It interests me, obviously. I'm passionate about it.
I like that. I can see that. That's good.
I'm passionate. I first got this book in a bookshop. I learned standard philosophy, which is modern predicate calculus. I graduated in 1977. Then I took some time off, the gap year thing, and I found this old book in a bookshop about Aristotelian logic. So that was in 1978, and that truly that began a lifelong obsession.
To be honest, when I was young, I used to laugh at these guys. These philosophers with their togas, It never interested me whatsoever until recently.
So what changed your heart?
Logic, starting to learn about stuff.
Finding truth.
Knowing that you don't know shit about any, knowing that how little you know, or how little I knew about stuff.
Okay, well, I'm going to sign off. Very interesting. My wife hates me doing it. She hates this stuff completely. So.
No, tell her we need your wisdom. Tell her we need your wisdom.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You've been a very useful addition, Bebe.
Yeah, thanks, Bebe.
No problem. So see you all.
Appreciate
you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anytime you're looking for logical conversations, this is the place to come.
I mean, from what I gathered about that, though, is it's like you do have to get semantical and what's the word I'm looking for? Pedantic about the words. It's important. If you both don't have the understanding with the person you're talking to, same basis.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm on the bed. Oh, can you just look up when you're closing from the garage?
Your hot mic spot on.
Hot micing.
If you don't start with the definition of terms, what do you have really? You don't have even a conversation.
Well, it was just the example. I know this is kind of not necessarily off topic, but like when he said the black cat, it's red. Well, that's somebody has a misunderstanding. either the person that's affirming it or the person that's hearing it that says, no. And you have to say, okay, we need to back up because what you're affirming is false.
Yeah.
Or am I having a misunderstanding of what colors are?
Yeah, you need someone else to bounce off. You need a third person to agree or disagree.
It's the terms, because if it's an argument between two people, you have to have the same terms. You have to be using the same terms, and the terms that you use throughout your conversation have to be the same.
Yeah.
You can't use.
Well, it depends on the context, though, doesn't it? Do you need to know the color of the cat?
Well,
or do you
obviously,
just need to know
if you're
on the mat? You know what I mean?
If you're going to affirm the color of a cat is the wrong color, and the other person has, understanding that it's this, then you have to back up and say, okay, hey, wait a minute, we gotta come to terms.
I think you're right. You've got to come to terms. What is your understanding of a predication, so that you know if that person has got the ability to knowingly lie to you. So if you can't agree on predication, then
how did you guys define predication? Was it saying something of something?
Yes,
is that right?
Saying something of something, but the subject is specific, right? It's not a concept. It's specific.
It's an actual
his
reality.
His sentence was in reality, though. The cat is red.
Yep.
And he was affirming. He was saying something of something. So the red of the cat, but it was. He said it was a black cat. So when you affirm it. It's a false. I don't think. To me, I agree. I don't think it's a predication. I come from an objective standpoint. So if everybody in the world learns their colors as this, and this, this is black, this is orange, this is red, then there's an understanding, of everybody, so that when you make the affirmation of that cat, you can't just say it's red. You can't just make up your own mind. That's
have a different color for
relativism. That's relativism if you're going to be affirming something that's not true.
And you can't. And so again, Bebby's not here, but others that take the other side of this say that you can predicate. You can say the words. Let me get predication out of it. You can say the words of the black cat, right? There's a black cat. There it is. Everybody knows what a black cat is. But I can say the words, the cat is red. I can say those words. It is now a proposition, right? And I have, in that sentence, I have predicated red of that black cat. The point is, to me anyway, and this is, I think, where Bebby said something, and we'll have to go back and listen to the recording of it, but I think it was in the original Greek, and the way the Greek said it was taking the predication away. Once you've denied, once you've said that is a falsehood. So you have to have at least two people, right? Would have to then agree. No, that cat is not red. That's a falsity. You just. I think somebody was a paper organist said you've now done a false predication. Well, then is it a predication? That's what I think Bev is getting at.
Yeah.
Is it really a predication? Well, yeah. I think again to any teacher, grammar teacher, or whatever, they're going to say, "Well, hell yes, it's a predication. Of course, it's a predication." But is it? It's the understanding of what that word means. And again, I think Bebby was right. The actual word predication in English is not what Aristotle says. There's a Greek word for it. We'd have to get into the Greek and then hope that it wasn't changed throughout 2,000 years, right, to something else. But it's fascinating when you get into the nuance of that argument that if you've predicated red of the black cat, but once you've come to terms that no, that's not a red cat, that's a black cat, so you can't predicate red of the black cat. Is it a predication? I'm with Bev. I'm like, no, it's not.
At the end of the day, all you're going to do is separate the people that are into relativism or not. At the end of the day, you're going to find out who is, down with the relativism or people that want to stand on objective truths. That's it. I mean, it's a defining line, and you can choose sides.
Yeah, it's super interesting though.
It's worrying if
Yeah.
there's a load of people that are going about thinking that was normal.
A load of people. I think it's probably the majority.
They're giving themselves permission to lie, aren't they? Without having it on their conscience.
That's because of the magic word. It's not a clear-cut word.
No, it's
That's
not. It goes
the
back to
problem.
the English language, right, Essie? It's what we've talked about before.
Exactly.
It was only created in the 1500s. We need to know what the original Greek word was.
Exactly. That's where we start. Yeah.
No, since we can't go back in time, why can't we define the words ourselves?
Well, I think that's what we're trying to do here, isn't it, Ben?
It seems like we're being asked to accept what we were given. And we know the English language has been really messed with.
Yep.
So, I mean, within a group of people, if we all agree to the definition of terms, like I believe SC was saying, we'll know what someone's talking about when the word is used. When that word is used now, I am, my mind goes here, there, is it this, is it that, is it this? It shouldn't be that way when you're communicating with someone. The word should be clear. The picture should be formed in your mind immediately because you understand the language, in my opinion.
I think the argument on the other side of that, John, is, if I can articulate it right, and again, I'm not saying I advocate for that. I'm saying there is another side to that thought, and that is whatever I'll use this term, the modern day understanding of predication, the way that Bebby was discussing and Brenda was discussing earlier, that is now the way to that's it. That is predication. And I think the argument from the other side would be, well, what you guys are saying, what you guys are positing here, that it's not predication, because if you get a consensus that predication is incorrect, it's really not, the predication doesn't hold, right? The truth value doesn't hold. That, at least to our group, that's not predication. Well, somebody would say, well, you've redefined the term. And that's not okay to redefine the term. Come up with some other term, but it's not predication. You guys are trying to steal our modern day understanding of predication. I think that's what the argument would be on the other side.
Aren't they doing that with Euclid's postulates? I mean, they don't care.
Yes, exactly. From axioms to get rid of the axioms and then just drop 5 postulates, as my book has in front of me. Yeah, sure.
I'm telling you, it all comes down to subjective or objective. You can either have your feelings and beliefs and opinions subjective, or you can look at it objectively aside from all that and say there are objective truth, subjective,
I agree with you, Buster. I think the other side of the argument would say that we're the ones with the, with the subjective.
That's I mean, that would be ridiculous, because they would say, I mean, we've heard it a million times that this can be that, or a straight line can be curved, or you hear all those terms. Those are subjective. Those are relativistic terms that they use one word synonymous with another. That's subjective. And to have an objective term outside of my feelings or beliefs or opinions that is objective, well, you got to choose a side. And I would say they've chosen the subjective. I mean, they have, because you hear these relative terms all the time.
Yep.
That's why definition of terms is essential. The first part in having a convo, right? There's still, this word is still not clear to both sides. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, and it's not. I don't know that it's going to be. Yep.
And we think it should be the truth part of the statement.
So then what happens when you can't come to terms?
It's over.
You have a problem.
To more people.
Yeah, more conversation, more discussion, right? I mean, as far as I know, what we're doing right now should have been done right at the start. But I mean, I don't think it has been done. I don't think anybody's ever pointed this out, that there is a definite difference between one side and the other, and that difference being truth.
Oh, it's been done, just in a different arena. But it's just as this debate has been going on for a
long time.
Yeah, but within this debate and discussion, right, where there are channels actually called debate. Now, can you have a debate when there are people who say you can blatantly lie about things and say that it's still saying something of something else, even though it's plainly not?
Yeah, I don't think you can, but clearly you can. I mean, watch any debate that's called a debate, whether it's between two politicians or whatever. I mean,
that's where my head was going. Yeah.
Right?
Just describing our entire political system.
Yeah.
Rhetoric and sophistry.
Yeah, forgetting the grammar.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's like spot on, Scott. We've got the philosophy section with Wittgenstein, right? He, it was the forefront leader of this thing about talking truths. I mean, is there any purpose to not talking truths?
Exactly. Yeah, that's it, bud.
It's like it is a philosophical question.
That's why he appeared in that wiki page, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About the Kevin put and that definition of truth, the truth value, which is spot on as far. That shows you that these philosophers were thinking along these lines.
They were.
Yeah, and I know what Beddy was doing. He was trying to put it down to Aristotle's word, and Beddy's like an extension of what Aristotle thought. Beddy's the one that knows that. Well, we're not saying that at all.
Test, didn't he?
Yeah, we're just saying about other people, right? Other people say things, but I mean, that doesn't mean that that's the truth. It's just other people say things, and we can all take bits of what everybody else says.
Were these men around? Yeah. Were these men around discussing this prior to the rule of Satan? Because maybe we're in the 1,000-year rule of Satan, and all men lie. Because this is, I'm not stating this as a fact or anything. I'm just throwing this out there. But biblically, under the rule of Satan, all men lie. So were these people discussing these terms prior to Satan's alleged 1,000-year rule here on Earth?
You have no idea, right?
Exactly. No, we do, because technically there was no Satan back then. They had the 12 gods, Zeus. There was no idea of Satan back then. So technically, yeah.
For Aristotle, correct? Yeah.
Okay.
Right. They had a whole different idea of their theology.
Because if you believe that stuff, the truth might be impossible to get to under his reign. Just throwing
there
that.
Was no. Well, they didn't have Satan back then.
I'm talking about now.
Oh yeah. Well, now, yeah.
Yeah, well, they did. They also did have possessions and stuff like that, where the quote gods took over people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yep.
What I find fascinating is how easy they can do it and how comfortable they feel of justifying lying. They talk about it as if it's just a simple fact of life and there's nothing wrong with it. They're so comfortable with the idea of lying. It's just amazing to listen to them.
Yeah. Again, if I'm going to play the other side, though, Raven, I'm going to say, well, who's the arbiter of truth?
Well, yeah.
Right, because then you get to the idea of, well, if my government says that X, Y, and Z is truth, and I say something different than that, right? So then it becomes who's the arbiter of truth, and that gets to the whole thing. Is there objective truth? Now, I think there is. Right.
I agree.
But in that case, the only way you can move forward is to come to terms.
Yeah. Totally. I'm right back there. Totally with you.
Objective truth, when you're doing geometry. That's objective truth.
You would think, right?
Yeah. Unless I suppose, if you got it wrong, if you didn't draw a straight line between the 2 points, and you did a curved one, you wouldn't have a straight line.
As was pointed out, they had the equivalent of Hades as Satan, but different.
Yeah,
different story.
The underworld.
He was the ruler of the underworld, yeah.
The underworld, yeah.
Right.
Protected by the 3-headed dog.
Mm-hmm.
Cerberus, wasn't it? Was it Cerberus?
That story's familiar to me.
Yeah, the dog, you chop one head off, 2 grow, if I remember correctly.
Something like that.
I think you're right.
Interesting discussion tonight, though.
That's just been
Really
fascinating.
good. Really good, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about the coming in with the bloody game in there with the hot mic on 2 or 3 occasions. I do apologise.
The fishing.
Gotta sell your fish. Gotta sell your fish.
Yeah, the obsession with fishing. I mean, yeah, you have to sell the fish because crap.
It's interesting how the argument around truth is such a hot topic.
Yeah, well, because I think the tendency, of course.
Some people's truths aren't their own truths; they're everyone else's truths.
Yeah.
That aren't originally truths to begin with. Sometimes.
No better truth than water, in my opinion.
All the time we've been speaking about, we've been speaking about the stuff tonight. It's just a constant reference to water in my mind. The truth. So I'm with you, John.
I agree. Water doesn't lie to you. Water's capable of so much more than we understand, in my opinion.
Nature doesn't lie, does it?
No. There's no lies in nature, exactly.
Yeah, there's no contradictions in nature, and there's no paradoxes.
Yeah. Just water being level. Doing its thing.
It's been a good discussion tonight. I've enjoyed it. I noticed we've still got a lot of people in there, Brenda wasn't very vocal. Betty helped out a bit. But he did want to sound very advanced, which we are staying at the beginning on purpose. Because the more you go into the later bits, the more confused you'll get. If, like Kevin's so rightly said at the beginning, you have to fully understand the beginnings of where you're at in order to fully comprehend what's coming later. Or almost anally. So
yeah.
Well, then if that's true, then we need to understand how language began and where it began.
That's why these conversations that we're having now need to keep going, right? We need to progress these conversations as much as we can in the outside, talking to other people, and bring that back to a bigger conversation about the same things. So we really understand what we're talking about. And I personally don't want to lose anyone. I want as many people to get what we're doing here, because this is vital.
Yeah,
Trust
I
me,
agree.
Ben, I want to get there just as badly as you do.
Yeah. I will say this, though, on language, John. I am more convinced every day, every time we have one of these conversations, and this comes from a native English speaker, and most of the people in this room are native English speakers. and I think the English language was invented to deceive.
I can't argue.
Yeah,
with
to
you.
hide.
Yep.
To hide things.
It's too my dad said that. My dad is an Italian native speaker. He's born in Italy, and he and I have had conversations about English because he speaks it fluently. But even at 82, he still writes phonetically because it just is Italian. Yeah. So and he says English is so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so. He didn't use the word convoluted.
Yeah.
That's my word because it's a big word and I like vocabulary. But he said basically he would say it's too convoluted. I totally agree. Totally agree with that.
I heard that as well, but I had no ground. I've only heard that. I don't know it. Yeah, and that's interesting. Thanks for that. I had heard it.
Yeah, the spelling makes no sense. It's not phonetic like he said. If you don't have a good memory, you'll never learn how to spell English.
Yeah.
If you don't have a good memory, there's no way. Where does the E go? Does the E go before the I? There's no way. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they did. My children came back with phonics, when they were young from school, and I'd never even heard of it really. So I was like, all right. And there were words, and I can't remember what they were, but they were trying to pronounce a word in a way that wasn't the sound of the word, and I was like. Because like two O's were like instead of ooh, it was O, or you know what I mean. I was like, what are they saying that for? This didn't make sense. The way they were doing it, illogical. So if you're gonna associate words, words with sound, then at least get it bloody right. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, like why spell cat with a C, right? Just the simplest term.
Wait a minute now, SC. That's a bridge too far, man. Come on.
I won't get started, I swear.
Doing my studies of trying to learn Welsh, which I'm still struggling with, but I'll keep trying. I think I found more truth through the Welsh language as it was the native language of Britain originally, the Brythonic language, and Welsh is one of the oldest languages in Europe, isn't it?
Isn't there a tie to Hebrew as well?
Pardon?
Do you know about that?
What's
There's a
that?
link to the Hebrew language in the Welsh.
I have heard that.
I'm not. Yeah, I've only heard it. I'm just wondered if you're aware of it. Sorry, I thought you might look into it.
I meant to track there's somebody has got a YouTube channel where they go through it all and everything. I keep trying to track them down, but
yeah,
but
sorry, I didn't cut you off then, right?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It just fascinates me that the information that's within the language, without having all of the convoluted confusion that we seem to have in the English language. It's a lot simpler and a lot more straightforward, and it's phonetically spelt, and everything. And you just think that the older you go back in the languages, the more simple they seem to be, and the more truthful they seem to be. And I quite agree with. I think English has been created to confuse and to obfuscate, and I think it's spellcasting.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to do that, right, Raven? Makes it a lot easier to deceive.
I am on board with that, Raven.
It's like the people who say that you shouldn't. The people who study this kind of thing a lot say that you should never call your children kids, because a kid is the animal that was going to be sacrificed.
Baby goat, yeah.
And there's loads of stuff.
I've been saying that for ages.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for ages, Raven.
Yeah,
My dad told me that when he was young. He was like, honestly, he's like, they're not kids. And he had I don't think he ever knew that what you were about to say, but it just didn't sit right with him, And
there's lots of words I can't think of them top of my head now. That if you say you're speaking a spellcasting.
I agree with that one.
And all this stuff that there is around child abuse and all the rest of it, and you think no wonder they invented the word kid to call our children. So I try not to use that word at all. if I can help you.
Yeah, I wish I'd have
Well
known
said.
that years ago.
I wish I could remember some of the other words now. I'm gonna
All
have
you
to,
got to do is start using it from now.
yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting if we can get our hands on some of the original Greek and see if SE can make heads or tails. Again, as he even pointed out, the Greek has changed so much over millennia that may not even
It'll be
be able
like
to
us
get there.
looking at
But
Old English, you know, like that
yeah.
Old English style is tricky, you know.
Yeah.
But
Would it
it's possible.
matter?
Hopefully it works. No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, because you don't know what's lost in the translation.
Yeah, but what if you could interpret it as being that he said you could say truths or falsehoods of a predicate, right? How about if you could interpret the fact that he meant you could say something of something that wasn't of something?
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. It's just contradictory. Like, why on earth would he just say that, right?
Yeah, which you're right, and I guess that goes back to there's a in my Bible studies that I used to do and those kinds of things. There is a and I think this might be on interpretation when we get there. We'll probably get there. There's a thing called a hermeneutic principle, and the hermeneutic principle is trying to understand the interpretation of something or the translation of something by understanding how the people that would have originally heard that in their native language, how they would have taken it. And it's really difficult to understand that. But like Raven said, as far as Aristotle was concerned, the things that you can point to and the importance of truth, I don't know how. I see the words, I have the on interpretation, I can read it along with Bevy, but I still don't think Aristotle would think that valid predication is something that could be false.
Yeah, I think when you said earlier, it takes it away, means that it's not there.
It can't be there, right?
Did you notice when I tried to get him back to that, he wouldn't get back to it?
Yeah, well, we have the recording. It's all recorded.
Yeah, I asked him specifically.
Yeah, you did.
To take it away. Now, another thing, for you to take it away must mean that it was there to begin with, right?
It was there. You've done it. You've predicated it, but it's not valid. So in my mind, you would take it away. It's not a predicate.
It's
not a predication.
But that doesn't mean that you should have to be able to prove a falsehood every time somebody says something. It just tells you who it's worth talking to and who it isn't worth talking to.
Yeah. Well, I think Brenda put it right. Right? She was honest in when she said you'd never know, right? You wouldn't know.
No, you wouldn't.
If you predicate something falsely, unless you're observing the same thing that you're predicating, you wouldn't know.
No, unless someone. Well, no, you wouldn't know, because it was an experience gone as well in the past. Then you only refer back to it.
Yep.
Well, then the source needs to be considered, for sure.
That's why I said it's a magic word. It's one of those magic words, like mass. It has 4 meanings. Yeah.
I mean, the thing I try to do when I hear all of this and we have the conversations and we read Aristotle and all the rest of it is my own moral compass. How does it sit with my own moral compass, really? And I try to, I try to make sure that I'm comfortable with the interpretation.
Yeah.
I think the majority of our compasses are pointing in the same direction, Raven, in my opinion. So
they seem to be in this group, don't they?
Is that geographic north or magnetic?
Is it straight?
Must be. What's your declination?
Right.
You guys want to laugh? I ordered a cheap magnet set, and it came with one of those cheap compasses. So I had played around with it for a while, and I set it aside. Now I don't know what happened, but it was near a magnet, and now north is pointing south and south is pointing north. When I put it out and see where north is, the south part of the
I had that.
Or was it
I
just
had
pointing to where the magnet was?
Yeah,
yeah, of course it will. I had the same thing. I had my one of my vehicles had a compass up in the rearview mirror, and we were driving around town, and I'm going. I know I'm going west. Why is this saying north? And it turned out my wife had a magnetic thing like right next to the. It was hanging on the rearview mirror. It was picking it up.
Yeah, well, then you're like, oh, what should I do? Should I go on my instincts or should I trust the instrument? I mean, it's like you got to question yourself at that point. Yeah, depends how familiar you are with where you are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I was doing a double take. I was going, what the hell's going on here? And then I noticed where I had stored it, and I go, okay, all right, now I get it. Something must have happened.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in the middle of the ocean, with that situation.
Yeah,
That'd
like I
probably be
took two other
confusing.
compasses and I checked it and I go, yeah, okay, I'm not hallucinating. It is the south pointing north.
Oh, nice. Good job you had the other instruments. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd just like to bring up something.
Sorry, John. Imagine using that at the next orienteering contest.
I'd be going the other way. I swear.
Look at that guy over there, look. Obviously put it too close to a magnet.
Look at that dummy. He's going the other way.
I just wanted to say before I forget, I went golfing today, and the skies are sprayed here, and they were pretty white. But in the center of the sky, there was one of those wispy clouds that went from gold, green to dark blue, right in the center of the sky. I tried to get people's attention to look at it, and nobody gave a shit.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit, mate. No.
No,
Yeah.
they never do.
I remember. I saw a rainbow cloud once. It looked like an oil thing.
I understand this is just a concentration of the chemicals they're spraying in one spot, but it was just in one spot. But it was a pretty big area, and it looked wild.
Yeah, but what's the point in looking at that?
Try to have an understanding. That's why I wanted to talk to somebody about it, but nobody gave me.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody cares about that shit, John.
Come on, John.
Amazing.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's a clear night where I am right now. I'm just looking up at the stars now. It's incredible. Beautiful.
What's up with the porn blasting in the YouTube chat?
Really?
Yeah, let's have a look.
It's a bot. It's the first time I've ever seen it in the YouTube chat.
We got rid of
I love Peacock Pat's comment. I don't always watch porn, but when I do, I make sure I get my fix from YouTube bots. That's fantastic.
Yeah, fascinating conversation. Wordsmithing.
Yeah, spell casting.
Well, I mean, it's all
yeah.
right talking about it all, though. But the moment you sort of ask him something like we have some of the questions we've put to him, he sort of, forgets all about what he's just learned, sort of thing. He's got all that knowledge about logic and then doesn't actually apply it. In my opinion.
Well, he's clearly
in regards
smart,
to
well-read guy, but he's dogmatic. He like when I asked him his own opinion, he said I agree with Aristotle, and hey, that's fine with me. I'm not putting him down. It's just that a lot of people find it hard to express their own opinion. They feel that they might get ridiculed or whatever.
Yeah, it's easier to sort of piggyback on someone else's ideas.
Either Republican or Democrat or whatever, Greens or Blues or
And I don't know whether I'm getting a different opinion of Aristotle or whether I never really had an opinion of Aristotle.
Didn't ya?
Well, I
thought
don't
everyone
know.
had an opinion about Aristotle.
It's like I don't get the understanding of why Betty's so bothered about what Aristotle thought of something, or why Aristotle would have wrote something.
Well, you don't know. You don't know, right? I mean, you can read what a translation of what was put by Aristotle, but again, you don't know what was in his mind. No one will ever know what was in his mind specifically. All you can go by is all his works collectively, and I think overall they're good. But I think there's some bad stuff in there as well. I think you take the good and you drop the rest. Is what you do. That's what I would try to do.
Yeah,
that's where we lack, and that's so true, Kevin. We can't talk to the man. We can't, get his understanding of what he was saying. That sucks.
Well, I do think what he was trying to do was lay out a framework that you have the ability to work this out for yourself. So he's sort of saying, "This is the framework. You judge for yourselves."
Yeah. Yeah. Here's the geometry.
Yeah.
Here's the organon. With those tools, what more do you want?
Because his society was convoluted with lies as well, or it was just, what was it like? I would love to talk to the man. What was his motivation behind this?
Yeah, maybe he could have been documenting it. Wait, no, I say he could have been documenting it so people didn't get it wrong.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's a possibility.
Sure.
Could have been. I will, if I can though, if I can read something that's a bit of something that's interesting. Now, we're not going to get here unless you read the Organon on your own. But I've gotten a book on the Organon and I've read through parts of it. The last book of the Organon is called Sophistical Refutations, and the very first chapter starts out and talks about syllogisms and some other stuff, and it talks about being deceived. Get this though, hang on a second. Let me read a couple sentences. It says, "As therefore those who are not clever in calculation are deceived by the skillful, in the same manner also with regard to arguments, those who are unskilled in the power of names are deceived by paralogisms, both when they dispute themselves and when they hear others, for which reason also and others which will be assigned, there may be a syllogism and I don't know what that word is, elenchus, elenchus. I'm gonna have to look that word up, in appearance, but not in reality. Since, however, to some men it is more the endeavor to seem than to be. It is more the endeavor to seem than to be wise and not to seem, for the sophistical is apparent but not real wisdom, and a sophist is a trader, not trader from apparent and not real wisdom. It is clearly necessary to these that they should rather seem to perform the office of a wise man than to perform it and not to seem to do so." That's wild to me.
Yeah.
That's wild to me. But just the idea that there's, paralogisms in what Aristotle talks about in Sophistical Refutations in the very first chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wordsmithing. It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's been around.
Yeah, it's been around for so long. Yeah.
It'd make a good living for our politicians, those wordsmiths.
They have,
like
haven't they?
lawyering.
Yeah, they get paid very well. That Frank, I can't
Oh.
remember his last name, but there was a Frank guy, Frank somebody, but yeah.
It's like being a lawyer, right?
It pays.
Yeah, probably a little bit beyond that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just giving like one example of wordsmithing, right?
No, I agree. That's what lawyers are for sure. But I think the word that our political whatever parasites hire, yeah, I think they probably know a little bit more about the spell casting behind the words. Is what I'm saying than the lawyers do.
Oh yeah, they're definitely a class above the lawyers for sure. But don't forget, lawyers become politicians, right? Look at all the politicians. A lot of them in their backgrounds are lawyers.
Yep.
If everybody thinking, yeah, one mention of lawyers, shit, everybody shuts up.
Everybody loves lawyers.
But that's what it is. It's the way of getting around things, right? Finding loopholes. There's another group of people that are like that as well.
But those lawyers keep us in a reality we don't belong in. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I covered my mic.
Alpha in the chat, listening in. What do you think of that today? And it's very geometrical in the chat. Isn't it?
I've been here the whole time, but I was listening earlier to the discussion. It was good.
Because when Betty was talking earlier about logic and all of that, I think the easiest way to explain logic is through geometry. Because that
Then it changes some of the definition of the words used in logic.
Definitions of what?
Words.
The
Which
definitions
is what you were
of
discussing
words.
earlier. Right.
What, within geometry?
Correct.
The use of geometry within logic changes the use of the definitions of words.
No, you've gotten confused.
Go on then. Tell us what you were talking about then. What's the
No,
problem with
no, that's
using
what you were-
geometry within logic?
I was commenting on what you were talking about, Bev. You've gotten yourself confused.
Yeah. We was talking about, I said, the easiest way to explain logic is through geometry.
And you were talking logic earlier, and you were talking words and what they mean. So I said if you only use geometry, it changes the definition of some words.
And I said, which words?
You didn't say which words.
No, I said, which words to you? You said,
No,
it
you
changes
didn't,
the
Bev.
definitions of words. And I
Jesus
said,
Christ,
which words?
Bev, you're getting yourself so
Don't
twisted
blaspheme
and
to
confused
people
here.
like that. Go on.
You're getting yourself so confused and twisted here. It's
No, he isn't. Not even remotely. He said exactly that. He said, what does it change the definition of?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he
no.
did.
Is that a yes or a no?
I think he's going to go with the middle.
Yeah. Both.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah, nice job. Yeah, the words that we use don't change at all. Especially that's why I said we use geometry, because that clarifies the use of the words.
Really, predication is different in math than it is outside of it.
Predication of what? Like, are you saying that
The word predication in mathematics.
So you could predicate what? Go on. What could you predicate within geometry? That's different. Explain to us what you think. Give us an example of the difference within predication within geometry and logic.
You do know that logic exists in math, correct?
Yeah, geometry is purely founded on logic. But that's why I said we would use logic to use geometry to describe logic, because it does it perfectly. That was where you came in with saying that the definitions had changed. Please, no, don't go anywhere else. Please tell us the predicate.
Bev, shut up.
Wow.
Predicate in math logic.
Math logic.
Don't be a dick. Just stop being a dick.
No, if he's going to talk over me,
what's math logic?
Logic that exists in math.
Uh-huh.
It means relations. That's what predicate means.
Relations within math logic.
Correct.
Right, now what does it mean within geometry then?
Is geometry part of math?
Is that math logic?
Is geometry part of math, Bev? Is it a subset of mathematics?
Geometry. Geometry is geometry. Do you not know?
Is it part of mathematics?
What do you mean by mathematics?
If you don't know that, Bev,
do you mean
chat, bud.
Well,
wow,
you obviously are.
Wow, you need a lot of help.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike's actually got a voice here.
Wow.
Hey, dude, I talk all the time. If you're disrespectful, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in when you're disrespectful. You're being disrespectful. Cut it out.
Come on, let's have this predication thing sorted. Come on.
Don't you agree with that, Mike? So why don't you say something, Bev?
You're giving him a way out here, Mike.
No, Mike's got a double standard here. He's going to say something to me about being disrespectful, but when I'm talked over by Bev, he says jack shit.
Okay, you were both bad boys now. This is a good conversation. Let's keep it cool and continue. No need to get triggered. Let's keep it calm. You're doing good.
So, as you were talking before, Bev, which is correct, the meaning of words matters quite significantly. And unfortunately, in English language, it changes quite a bit. And sometimes it has to do with the subject matter that you're speaking to that changes the definition of the word. Or a word with a noun, being a noun, is different than when it's an adjective, for instance. It can be quite challenging and troubling.
So is that predicate that you're saying changes from a noun to an adjective, or... Because that was the one that you said that changes its definition within math logic.
I don't know where you've drawn that line.
Because that's what you said. Can you not remember? You've forgotten already.
I didn't just say that, Bev. You're drawing that line yourself.
No, you said there was a difference in the definitions of certain words. Spot on, you're out, Mike.
Correct, I did.
And then you said it was predicate that was different within math logic.
In a separate conversation that already took place, Bev. You are drawing a line.
No, you said that there was a difference in the definitions. But you only said that there was a difference because predicate, you said, within math logic, meant a relation. You didn't say what the other one meant or anything. You just left it halfway through.
I didn't leave it halfway through. You guys.
Well, what's the other definition of predicate then?
You guys covered it earlier on.
What do you think the definition of predicate was that was different earlier on? And why is that different within logic, within geometry? Like you say, just means relation.
I'm not the one that made the different definitions.
You were the one that came and told us. Where did you get this different definition of predicate within mathematics from? Where is that cited?
I don't know. You could Google it.
You don't know.
See it yourself.
So you've cited it, but don't know where you've got it from.
I'm saying you can get it from wherever you want.
Well, I'm asking you, since you were the one that came to us with a different definition of predicate within mathematical logic, where did you get it from?
Hold on, my dog's going nuts. I'll be right back.
This is why the definition of terms is so important.
Yep, 100%. Hey guys, I have to run to get some dinner going.
Thank you. That was very good, Kevin. Very, very good, bro. I really enjoyed it.
thanks, and again, thanks to Raven for helping me out a little bit earlier today, helping me talk through some stuff. So appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin. I hate living without all the confusion. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, I'll try to keep you steeped in the confusion there, John. It's my goal, buddy.
You're doing a great job, man. Don't worry about it.
All right, man.
Have a great day, dude.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Yeah, catch you later.
Conversations that we have to help pull things together.
Yeah.
It's been a good night. What time we at? 11:30. Jolly good. I have to do this more often. I think these sort of discussions, and that's exactly how we should have been doing this Organon Trivium sort of thing. I hope we can continue doing this sort of stuff. Don't know what's everybody on YouTube been like. You liking it?
They must have. I especially liked when Betty coming around, because he's of the differing opinion of us, and Brenda as well. Brenda was very civil. Keep it up.
Yeah, I was going to say
I
that
liked
too.
the night. It was good.
Yeah, Brenda was cordial today. I appreciated that.
I think now we found a format that works, we'll obviously stick to it, won't we?
Yeah, no need to be confrontational. There's no need for that.
No. We're open to everybody's views, aren't we? And people have information and knowledge that we don't, and it's good that they bring it. If they can bring it in a non-confrontational way, you can have a decent conversation, can't you?
Yeah, thank you, Raven. Thank you for bringing this to us.
No, it's all right. It was obviously meant to be, and it's great that it's been great with Kevin joining in.
Yeah.
Hopefully get a few more people sort of behind the scenes joining in with the preparation conversations and things. It's always good to have more opinion.
Do you have those every Monday, Raven?
Pardon?
You have the preparation conversations on Mondays?
No, they tend to be a bit ad hoc, really, whenever we're available. Between the one show to the next.
Okay.
So I think I said I'm available tomorrow, so I'm waiting for Kevin to say when he might be free for us to jump in and start talking about the next one. But hopefully tomorrow. But I'll have to start putting a call out to. Have I got the function to send a call out to everyone, or who might be interested in coming to the Trivium group to discuss things, or is that something that I can't do?
I didn't hear the first part of that.
Well, you know when people send out an at everyone, just to let people know that there's something going on. Have I got the facility to do that, or is that something there's only like Bev or other members of the?
I think if you at people with the tag that you want to talk to, then that's how you message a group within Discord.
Right.
So if you want to talk to Trivium, you just at the Trivium role.
Right, so anybody that's tagged themselves with an interest in the Trivium would then get that.
I've been there once. Does that mean I tagged there?
Right. Okay, I'll try that and see whether it drums up a bit of interest. Obviously, if people don't know we're there chatting, then they can't join in, can they?
Yeah, if I'm available, I'd love to join for sure.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome.
So I'll try and put the call out and see if we can get a bit more discussion going on behind the scenes, so that we can prepare well for the next group discussions.
That's jolly good. Are we going to call this a night? Does anybody want to have any final words? I think it's best to end it on a brilliant night and a brilliant discussion. Hopefully to keep going on, because I mean, this is what we're all on about. We're on the search for a conversation, and that very conversation involves a truth element to it. It should do, at least. That truth element is what we're looking for. And as we've heard tonight, there are people that say that you don't necessarily have to say truthful things. I don't know where that gains you or where it gets you within this arena. It's pretty obvious there's two different sides to a conversation like this.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is it is an attempt to replace and redefine the word predication, and there is no alternative offered, and that creates a lot of confusion, right? Why would you reinvent a word? Why not create a new word or make a new classification of what truth, where truth is in a predication? I think that's why people are a bit confused, myself included. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I don't personally think that we're trying to change the definition of a word.
Yes, predication. You are trying to redefine it.
No, all I'm saying is that I'm trying to get back to how the discussion, it's just because a group of people have defined the word predicate to mean that you can lie and still call it predication, when obviously it's not. The way I see it is similar to the way a lot of people here see it. Just because other people can say that you can predicate a lie, even though it bears no reference to reality, I don't think there's anything wrong with the word predicate if you use it properly and say that you can't predicate something that is against reality. It's an obvious lie. That's all I'm saying. And just because you can say something doesn't mean you should say it. So there's a moral aspect to it as well. I mean, that's just the angle I come from, I think.
I think it's just creating confusion for no reason. Even the word predicate means to preach. It's just...
No, that's one of its terms that was used in the past. It doesn't mean that it's got, it's not used in that context hardly at all, as far as I'm aware, in modern speech. And the thing with languages are that they're organic and they always change and they always will change, depending on the use of the current culture that the words are being used within. So there's nothing wrong with challenging the definition of a word and attempting to get a closer definition of something that you think is the correct way to define that word. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. It's just a conversation.
Sure, but all I've heard tonight, I'm sorry if anyone gets offended, it's that my feeling is the word is messed around it with, or my feeling is that Aristotle might have thought this about this word, which there is little proof of that, right?
Can't say that I can remember my feeling being used quite as often as that, but perhaps I've got a filter on that doesn't get me to hear that.
I heard someone say it, I think, say Montreal. I mean, it's okay to think that, but
I pointed out where I've seen some evidence that I think is good circumstantial evidence for how Aristotle might have seen truth. I'll just present that as being some supporting evidence for the way I think it should be interpreted. But it's just my opinion. That's all it is.
Oh, so it is mine. I'm
Yeah,
just trying
that's
to
fine.
open a conversation, right? Isn't it a more elegant and more better solution than to leave predication in its current state and after that classify it as truth predication or claims? And from claims you can go to paralogism, sophism, right? Depending on the intent. Isn't that more easy and will create less confusion than to say predication must be truth?
Yeah, that might be the easy route. I don't think it's necessarily the correct route. It is one route you could go down. But I think the fact of saying that I mean, we even had some evidence presented by Bebby, even though he wouldn't pull it up later on when I tried to get it out of him, that Aristotle had said that you basically ditch a predication that's based on a lie, and that you withdraw it from coming to terms, is the way I understood what Bebby was saying. But perhaps I've misheard.
Okay.
I'd have to listen to the playback.
I'm fine with whatever system. I can work in any system. But if we are going to reinterpret what predication, the word, means, you must offer an alternative, because then, if you don't, there is a concept missing.
Well, I would say that you would keep predication as it is, based on with a truth value, and you say that you redefine the word, that if it's based on a lie, it's not a predication. Whether you want to, I don't know what you'd want to call it other than a lie. There's nicer ways of saying things, I suppose, than a lie, but that's what it's based on.
Depending on intent, it can be paralogism or sophism. I don't know. Maybe you can branch it out even more, but basically. But you cannot have an interpretation of the word that everybody use it, and we use it in another way, and we don't offer an alternative. That's the only problem. I would love to have a system where we can easily identify faults in speech, right? I would love that.
I think the closest...
I don't want to stop anyone from doing that. I'm just
No. But I think this is a useful way. I think Bev said it earlier on. This is a useful way of identifying the people that you know will lie to you, because you just ask them what's their view on predication. In our view, that it has a truth value, and if they argue the case, and so easily seem to fall into, like, be really comfortable, I'm trying to say, with the idea of basically lying, then that just identifies that person as somebody you might want to be careful with. I mean, there is that way of using it.
Okay, I will adapt to anything. I'm very like a chameleon.
It's not down to me to agree.
But
yeah.
I'm saying the other people who are not in here, they will get a bit confused if they look at the dictionaries.
That's why they need to come and listen to the conversation we have, I think. But I'm not trying to change anybody's view. I mean, you can agree or disagree. We're just having a conversation here, and I think everybody will take from it what they want and come to terms with their own definitions. Whether that agrees with anybody else is another matter, but that's just how I see it anyway.
Okay, well, just trying to be constructive. I hope I'm not
That's great.
perceived as being too adverse.
No, it was good. It was good to hear from you because I know you don't seem that comfortable in joining in a lot of the time, so it's nice to have a voice conversation, really. So it was, and I think it's useful to get everybody's views. And I know I'm the only one that's spoken this time, so I don't know how everybody else feels. I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm speaking for myself. Okay. So thanks for your input and the way that you see, because obviously the way we can't see how everybody else is perceiving it. You might be picking up from the YouTube chat that it's causing confusion, or people aren't perceiving it the way that we think it. We're sort of projecting it. So it's useful to have your feedback from as you spend the time. I don't look at the YouTube chat when we're having this this performance or show, whatever you want to call it, live cast. So I don't know what they're saying on the YouTube. So it's useful that you come in and say.
It's not about the YouTube chat, right?
Mm.
It's about trying to view a word in another way without offering an alternative to the word you are somehow replacing.
Mm.
I can work with anything, and I don't care about other people, to be honest. But I'm saying for them it could be a bit confusing. Because we are going into Latin words, which are translated into Greek and then into English. And those words were used maybe 2000 years ago, right? In that context. And
yeah, well, we have highlighted that we need to try and track down one of the original Greek documents, the closest that you can get. But like as Bev says, would it change anything?
I'm all for it. Anything. Let's get to the truth. I can adapt.
Yeah, well, you don't get to the truth by starting off by saying, well, you can just lie about shit. I don't think,
Because
anyway.
Predication, as I see it, is the basic thing of speaking out, either in text form or whatever medium. Predication, that's a human right?
Yeah.
It's to speak out.
To say something about something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you impose truth on predication, then you have to either replace predication with another word that will mean free speech or the act of speaking out.
What can we change it then and say, for me at least, a predicate is saying something truthful about something else and not lying.
But why fixate on this word? Why?
Because that's what we're in, a conversational thing right now. If I can't trust when I'm talking to somebody where they're saying something about something, if I can't trust whether they're going to be saying something that's truthful, then I don't particularly want to talk to that person. I mean, why would I want to talk to somebody if I had to question literally everything they said that needed checking to make sure? Because obviously, if they're going to say lies, then it will be dead easy to spot the lies. And they'll say, well, I was just predicating. And you go like, yeah, but you were predicating a falsehood. It's like, yeah, but I was still predicating. So you're not going to tell me I can't predicate, are you?
What's a word? Because instead of calling him a liar, you will now say you are not predicating correctly.
No, I'll just say I'm not bothered talking to you. That's what I'll do. I mean, it's dead easy. I don't need to talk to people. Normally in my everyday life, if I find somebody who lies to me, I don't bother with them.
Same here.
Mm-hmm. So I'll be doing the same within this debate community also. I mean, like I've been in talking to people. I have talked to a lot of people within this thing, and a lot of people have lied to me. Now, you probably might know which ones they are because I don't bother talking to them. I know that mostly everything they say is a falsehood. So, like, why bother talking?
And how will the reinterpretation of the concept to predicate will help you in that, instead of calling them a liar? How will that help you spot them easier?
What do you mean?
What's the difference?
What do you mean? What difference?
If you say, because you have lied to me, you have not predicated.
No, I'm just saying, you're a liar, right? It's nothing to do with predication because you cannot predicate something that is not true. It's not a predication to me.
Well,
so I'm just saying you're not predicating, you're lying. There's a difference. You can't say that a lie is a predication because it's not to me. There's a difference.
I think Cool Cat has a different interpretation of predicate. I think he thinks it means freedom of speech.
Look at the definitions that everybody uses for.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah. I want to explain that. I think that's why I said in the beginning it's a magic word. You know.
Even the word predicate in my language, in Romanian, which is very close to Latin, very close. It still has the original form when you talk about what a priest does. He predicates. In Romanian, you call it predică.
So preaching? Literally preaching?
Preaching comes from predicate. It's the same word, the same root. Yeah.
Okay. So was I correct? In your interpretation, it means free speech? The way you think of it, it means free speech. Was I correct or incorrect?
Yes, the way I see it, and I think the dictionary definitions say the same. To predicate is to say something about something. It does say nothing about truth. So that's why I consider it the very basic act of speaking out in whatever form. Text.
Okay, so we're talking, So you're talking about two different things then, you and Bev. Yeah. This is why it's important to come to terms with what the definition is.
Yes, but is it useful to change this word?
Well, is it the original meaning? Is that what the original meaning of the word is?
Well, you can find the etymological root of it and you can see that what it means. Now,
that only takes you back to the 15th century. 14th, 15th century. We don't know what, unless you can find an old Greek.
Okay, we don't know, but to make the leap and say Aristotle has that to say about it, what gives Aristotle the power, right?
Well, it doesn't. We're just starting at the simplest basic position.
The word you're looking for is consensus. Consensus gave him his power.
No, Cool Cat has a point here, but I'm trying to see what that point is. I'm trying to home in on it, you know?
Yeah,
because
what you said.
Personally, I don't care what Aristotle says or anybody says for that matter. The thing is,
the starting point for a discussion.
The definition of terms. What does predicate mean? Bev thinks it means one thing. I think it means one thing, and you think it means another thing. Cool Cat. So
I'm going by the definition of the dictionary, which everybody uses. And my interpretation is that to predicate by dictionary means to say something about something. Now you can branch out from it and say a predicate is based in reality or it's a falsehood. And the falsehood will branch out from, I don't know, based on intent, right?
I guess, yeah.
So it's much more easier than to redefine a word that if it gives me this trouble and I'm bringing it up, I'm sure other people will have the same problem and the same argument because the dictionaries we all use. And as I said, I will gladly use whatever term in this group to come to an agreement because I
So
think it's useful.
should they be classified as fictional predication and non-fictional predication then?
Whatever, I don't care. I don't get hung up on words. A word is a word. It's what you mean by it, what people come to an
Well,
agreement.
exactly. That's the point, the meaning behind the word.
But if there is any merit in saying that to predicate is like free speech, then it's a bit of a issue to impose truth on predication and not to replace the original word to predicate, the original definition, with something else.
If indeed that's what it is, I'm with you 100%. Can't disagree with that.
Well,
but if the word predicate is what I understood, and that's just me when I looked it up, I understood it. It's part of the sentence that explains what the subject you're talking about. Like if it's a red dog, it's the red dog.
Those are two terms. Predicate. Predicate is a part of a sentence that we use in grammar. That is one word, predicate. And predication is, you can see the last post I made in live chat. It's what it is.
Look, maybe I misunderstood it. Sure, I'm willing to accept that fact. But the thing is, we have to come to terms with what it actually means, because you found this meaning and I found a different, I understood it differently.
And I will agree to anything if we can have a system that works, at least for us. I'm all for that. But I'm saying the way I see the word, and I think there is an argument in my favor, is it will induce a lot of confusion in outsiders because nobody will use it the way we.
Can I run something by you guys?
Yeah, go on.
For predication, like, isn't it like a dependency? Like if I say something in relation to something else, isn't the predication a dependency on the other thing that I said? Like
It's subject dependent. Correct. I agree, Mobius.
So if I say horizontals or parallel needs to be identified before I can say horizontal is parallel, because it's predicated on what parallel is, and horizontal and vice versa. Like they're both dependent on each other, but it's predicated if I'm saying that the horizontal is parallel, then parallel needs to be that's the dependent that's what's the statement is
That's
dependent on.
explicit in the sentence. That would be the predicate,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Does that mean, am I right? Or
that's what I understood, but Cool Cat sees it like understood it in a different way. He thinks, and I'm not saying we're right and he's wrong, like that's why we're talking about this. He thinks that it's
people can say it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What you were saying?
I was just gonna say that I think that people can say things that aren't necessarily true, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's should be believed, you know, just because it's the predication, but the predication should be something that could be clarified if it's at all doubted or whatever, right? Like you should be able to substantiate.
Should be able to show it, right? Because it's a thing. It's this thing here.
Like it needs to be true in order for this thing to be.
Yeah, but he's not even on that page.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even on that page. He's saying that it's freedom of speech.
Yeah,
it should be an accurate, specific distinction of the subject, in my opinion. Like I agree with Bev how he sees the word.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah, Kat. I mean, you could say a circle is a shape made of 4 straight lines of equal length. Like you could say that. Now, could you predicate of the circle that it was made of 4 straight lines? I would say no. You can't predicate of. You could say that a circle was made of 4 straight lines, right? It would be a lie, but you can't predicate of the circle that it is made of 4 straight lines equal length.
I would agree, but the way he sees it, he would say, I'm free to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you could say it.
No,
yeah, you could definitely say it, but you can't predicate of the circle.
I agree with that statement, yeah. I'm with that mind myself, but I just want to make sure he's understood properly.
Even a
not
claim,
to go guess
a
what
claim
you
is a predication. It's the way I see it. And a claim is something that you cannot usually prove, but it's still a predication.
What if I
where
said
I'm coming
4
from.
straight lines of rubber? Now, is that a distinction between lines, right? The word line, correct? How it's being used? Because you could form a circle out of 4 straight lines of rubber.
Let me give you a simpler example. I have an apple in my hand, and I say, I predicate about the apple, this apple is round. Now, am I correct? Is that a predication?
Well, it's not a perfectly round.
It's subjective. Predication is subjective, the way I see it.
But it shouldn't be.
Why not? Since if you look at
Wouldn't
it
the
as I look at it
round
as
part
speech,
be the predication?
I'll go with
Wouldn't
any
that
word.
statement be predicated? Sorry.
I'll go with any word at all, if we come to terms. But I'm saying the way I look at the dictionary, it will be a schism between us and the rest of the people who use predicate like this and have no problem using it. And instead of inventing a word, they just say it's a false predicate. It's a false statement. It's a claim. It's a lie. That's where I'm coming from.
So you're clarifying predicate with false before it to change it from a predicate.
You can use whatever word, but the way I see predicate, you cannot impose truth on predicate. Because if you do, then you can say goodbye to free speech.
Well,
I don't see the correlation.
No, neither do I.
Say, help me. I think you understand me better than I can make myself.
I do understand you, bro, but I must say I find it a little difficult to see how the correlation is there with free speech, because I don't know, because I like I said, I what I understood, it's the part of the sentence that explains something.
When you say free speech, do you mean like unaccountable?
There are 2 forms we use predicate. First,
no,
as
but I mean by free
grammatical
speech, when you say
term,
free, sorry.
First, we use predicate as a part of grammar, a part of sentence, and then we use predicate as predication to describe saying something about something. So I think this is where the disconnect is between us, because maybe people are confusing the grammar part of the sentence with what I'm trying to say predication means to me. Everybody is aware there are two forms of predicates we are talking about tonight. One is grammatical and one is tied to speech.
I'm just talking about saying something of something else. That's all it means to me at the minute.
Yeah, that's predication.
Yeah. So you can't say something of something else that is not true. It's not you saying something of something else.
And what would you call that then, if I tell you a lie?
It's a lie. It's not a predicate. It's a lie. It's just
not by definition.
Well, say if by definition saying something of something else is what a predicate is, if you are saying something that is not of something, then it's not a predicate.
Okay, I'll go with whatever word, but reality and dictionaries, I think, are by my side.
I'm not trying to change definitions or anything. I'm just saying, to me, if a predicate is saying something of something else, then I don't think you should be able to say that a circle has 4 straight lines. Right angles. External. You know, because you're not predicating the straight lines of the circle.
Okay, in whatever is decided, if we go with whatever you guys decide, I can, when I'm in this circle, I can adapt. So for me, it's fine. I don't even care about the rest of the people. And I only brought it up because I didn't want to exist a disconnect between us and everybody else. So that's why I bring this up. I can adapt, no problem. So,
bro, don't worry about it. I said from the beginning when I first heard it, it's a magic word. Look at the things I posted. Look, I keep finding all different things.
And based on what you just posted, it sounds like if you're predicating something, you're stating something factual.
Yeah, and also it's to preach, an act of proclaiming or preaching, sermon, an act or instance of predicating, such as the expression, action, state, or quality by grammatical predicate. B, the logical affirmation of something about another, especially assignment of something to a class. You know what I'm saying? Magic words which have all kinds of meanings.
Putting the sermon thing in there confused me, for sure.
Yeah, and look at the other ones I posted above that.
Because there could be predication within the sermon, but they're saying the sermon itself is a predication?
Yeah.
That's confusing.
An act or proclamation of preaching.
Yeah.
I thought predicate was just a fancy way to say based off of. Like this is predicated off of this or based off of that.
You see? There goes another explanation. See what I mean? A perfect example. A magic word.
Boy, I think we're facing the wizardry head on right here now.
Yeah.
Lemon, what did Lemon said? Because
predicate is just a fancy way of saying it's based off of something else. It's predicated on this or based off of this. It's just a fancy way of saying based off of this or that.
Hey, that makes sense too. Factually, though.
Yeah, I don't think within this term, that based off doesn't work within the
But
like
Lemon,
we've been talking about.
On what do you base that claim, Lemon?
The way it's used in conversations by other people, the dictionary, my experience with the term, that
Show
sort of
me
thing.
the dictionary.
The dictionary definition of predicate.
No. You offered an understanding of the word. I want to see on what you base your understanding.
Let's go to predicate in the dictionary, the Kindle dictionary, anyway. See what it says. I think they based this off of Merriam-Webster, or rather, this one is predicated off of the Merriam-Webster dictionary. And what's written in that dictionary being accurate.
Holy shit, we got a lemon.
Hell yeah, we got a lemon.
Hi, lemon.
I was trying to find this definition here. What did you say predicate was defined as according to what you saw, Rakia?
No, you said Lemon something. So you give me where did you get that definition that you gave us from?
Hold on.
So Bev, you don't think that saying the subject is based off these predications is accurate? You don't agree with that?
Sorry, what do you mean? The
You
subject.
just when Lemon brought that up earlier about being based off, you said you didn't go along with that one?
Yeah, it's sort of, that sounds like more like a categorization of something if you're basing it off something.
Grammar, logic.
You're saying it's not specific enough.
Yeah, well, I'd say, like, from what we've been saying, it's saying something about a thing.
I'll put it in the chat. It's under second definition, verb. Predicate something on or upon, found or base something on, the theory of structure on which later chemistry was predicated.
But that's not what you said. What did you say?
I said it's basically a fancy way to say based off of.
Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I said it was a fancy way to say based off of. What did you think I said?
But is there any proof in reality, in a dictionary, what you said can be
The
fit?
definition that appears to go more or less with what I said. I put it in the chat.
So what did you said exactly? Do you remember?
That it is a fancy way to say based upon. When you say something is predicated on something else, it's a fancy way to say that it's based on something else. What did you think I said?
And can you show me in what you
You
link
asked the question
where
for
you
a question.
derived that
You
from?
asked the question for a question. Are you going to answer my question or not?
Where did you derive that
You asked a question
definition
for a
you gave
question.
from what you
Since this
linked?
is not an equal conversation, I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. But in the chat is my definition.
Where did you get that definition from? Because
I
you
got
linked
this
something
from the
and there
Kindle
is nothing in there.
Dictionary, which is based off Merriam-Webster. The definition that goes more or less with what I said is number 2 toward the middle of that citation or whatever in the live chat. What Discord am I in? Next level? Okay, I think I put it in the right chat. It's under live chat. Look at number 2. Predicate something on or upon. Found or base something on. The theory of structure on which later chemistry was predicated.
Yeah, I read that one too before in one of the things I searched. One of many that I found. That's why this word is a magic word, and when used, it should be used with extreme caution and a definition of terms before you use it.
It's just a word. It's just a fancy way to say based upon.
Would it be one of those words? Would it be one of those words that's kind of context dependent, like just a word can have multiple meaning depending on the context. Like if I'm saying something about something in one context, I can use like in Spanish, there's different words that are, you know, they're spelled the same, they're said the same, but
equivocally.
Like the gender thing, huh?
Equivocally, that's what they were saying. Equivocally, right? Means the same name and the same words, but the definition changes.
Yeah, based on the
Contextually, you're
context.
saying as well, aren't they? Yeah, a contextual definition shift.
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of like, for lack of a better word, or a more descriptive word, like there's some things where it's like I was saying in Spanish, you know, a word that can have a male type of not address, but like when you're addressing a male, you say it one way. When you're addressing a female, you're saying it another way. And when you're addressing a group of people, it's one of those. You know, it's kind of weird. It's like it's not a them. It's one or the other of the male version of that word or female version of that word. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess you have
it's a gendered language, isn't it? English isn't a gendered language. Whether Greek is, I don't know that it came from originally.
Yeah, and English doesn't have that gender specification.
I mean, SE might know. Was Greek gendered, SE?
What's that?
No, he's not there.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Oh, hello there. I was just saying, is Greek a gendered language? You know, do you have masculine words and feminine words?
Yes.
Yeah, see, most languages are, except for English, because we're odd. Nearly every other language is gendered. Even Welsh. But
No,
English isn't.
not every language is.
No. A large number
Chinese. Yeah, Chinese
of
is.
them. I don't know.
There's
Chinese.
no gender.
Well, Chinese aren't gendered.
Yeah, the like the Latin based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Those languages.
Yeah.
Definitely gendered.
It is quite interesting, the issue of gendered languages. I just don't like words that seem... Sorry, what did you say, man?
It just seems like there's different. There's. I was just saying. I just brought that up because it seems like there's different definitions for predicate, whereas neither are necessarily wrong. It just depends on the context. Like if you're using that word.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It might not necessarily be wrong. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe there's a better word to use or a more descriptive phrase in place of that word that would be better suited to describe what you're meaning. I mean, sometimes you can't say everything you need to say in one word. And English is kind of notorious for not being able to express certain things like a gender quality or whatever in a phrase. You don't have that. You have to use a different string of words to describe it versus one word or something. You know what I mean?
And we've lost a lot of the words like whom, you know, and thou, and all the words, the older words that used to have more meaning. We've lost them all, haven't we? I think the English language is in decline anyway. I think it's becoming degraded, I think.
Like everything.
I just don't like words that seem to justify lying, that's all.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you don't go to the dictionary. There's a slow process of verbal degeneration.
You just came here with a dumb definition you made up on the way here. and you are talking to me about dictionaries when I'm pointing at the dictionary all this time. Shut the hell up, dude.
The dictionary said just what I said.
Got different
So, I'm gonna tell you.
dictionaries. It's the dictionary off. Let's go.
Different dictionaries have differing amounts of quality. Some have older
What you link
definitions,
has
newer
no
ones.
My
relation
dictionary's
to
better than your dictionary.
If it's got older terms or older
Let's
ways to use
go.
terms, I would
Dictionary
tend to
wars.
I would tend to say that that's a better
You know, and
dictionary if it's got older ways of using the same term
I think a
or terms that
dictionary
are
is way
archaic.
better because it's based in reality when everything else we base on what Aristotle might have thought and nobody knows, right? So let's not make fun of something we all like. Instead of coming to terms, we are creating maybe more disconnect by
Yeah.
messing with this word.
That's all
Well,
we've
it's
ever
trying to
done here,
describe
Cat.
reality.
Every dictionary I look at, I find a different description.
And that's
Where's
obvious
Every
why that
one so
is.
far.
Because everybody has their own interpretation of what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
magic
and
word.
Dictionaries were constructed by, what do you call it, committees and shit. There's like a group of people that decide, oh well, this word was used in a poem in 1312, and the way that they used it in that poem, it kind of means this. So that's the kind of definition that they'll put in it, and then like in 1782, somebody else used it in a different way, but it's the same word. So they're like, okay, well,
But
I think
in
we
the
lost
end,
him.
it's just a word. Like we can use another word, or we can use this however we like.
dictionary. So even a
Oh.
dictionary. What's that?
Go on, you've just cut out for a fair bit then.
Oh, sorry. Probably when I was saying something totally brilliant too.
Yeah, it was. It sounded like you were really in his stride then when you came back again.
Well, words do
I
come
was
with
just
a
saying
little
that-
bit of baggage.
What's
Okay, I
that?
got a 1976 American Heritage Dictionary here. Predicate, to base or establish a concept, statement, or action used with on or upon. He predicates his argument on these facts. To state or affirm as an attribute or quality of something. Predicate perfectibility of mankind. Carry the connotation of imply. Logic. To make a term or expression the predicate of a proposition. Proclaim, assert, declare. And it goes on from there.
Like that makes sense to me. How I've ever used the word.
Now check out another dictionary and see what that says. Just for the hell of it.
Well, I mean, we're saying this now, but the idea of what we're doing within Organon and the Trivium is to give people the powers of reasoning to work this stuff out for themselves. You don't need to be told what these things mean if you are shown these words and their meanings, right? And you work out if you are to state a term, right? You're going to make a logical proposition. You're going to make a statement of something. Now, there are ways to go around making that statement as factual and precise as possible. And that's with the correct use of the words and the formulation of the words into a structure to make it actually say something. Because you can use the same words, just all mixed up in the wrong way, and it doesn't mean the same thing. That's what we're doing with this. It's how to do that and how to communicate with each other. It should make sense that whenever you're talking about something, if you're saying this thing here, then it would help if you're actually talking about the same thing. It's the way for you to communicate with everybody else about the thing that you're talking about. It's like somebody says, this thing here is a ball. And they go, it's a cube. It's like, well, I can predicate whatever I want. It's like, but it's not the same thing, right? If you're both thinking it's different things, how can you be talking about the same thing?
Well, you can tell what someone's talking about by the way they use the term, whether it's dictionary or not. That's how we learned when we were little babies. We just listened to people, got the general gist of words, and went from there.
This dictionary kind of confirms your usage. It says under usage, predicate, transitive verb, is now employed widely in the sense of based upon or found as a means of indicating dependence.
So the predicate is the thing the rest of the sentence is based upon grammatically or something like that?
I'll just say current usage. That's the way the word's being used. 1976.
Everybody you look at has a different meaning.
Well, a predicate.
Look how many things I posted.
Well, a predicate originally meant as a verb, SC Montreal, to base something on. You could extend it to a sentence to say this is the part of the sentence that the rest of the clause is based upon. It would have a similar meaning, just slightly extended now to a sentence.
Yeah, but it also means the part of the sentence that describes what you're talking about. Like, the cat is black, for example. Black would be the predicate in that sentence. Some say that should be a true statement. Some say no, it doesn't matter. You can just say anything. So it's one of those words, Lemon.
Yeah, languages do change and evolve. Language is a living thing. It went from basis to, a sentence that's based on something to something else. And it will probably take on a new definition that's slightly tweaked from there on, too.
So would you go with that it's okay to predicate something that's a falsehood? Would you say that's possible?
You could, but reality wouldn't match it.
Would it be a predicate or would it be a lie? And is there a difference between a predicate and a lie?
I think there's a difference. I think something can be predicated on a lie, but it's going to fall apart probably because it's not based in reality.
It wouldn't be a predicate then, I don't think.
Like people can predicate their, global warming hysteria on the bad premise that, mankind is the problem and needs to die so Gaia can breathe. They could predicate their belief system off of a lie and become very anti-human in their attitude.
I'm not too sure that's the same. I think we've got a different understanding of predicate.
To speak about this disease, we cannot speak about. Is to predicate about it, right? And now the power that be have decided that the truth about the Tom Hanks disease is only in their hands. So therefore, we cannot predicate online or in public other than the accepted truths about the Tom Hanks disease. This is my concern about this.
That would be meaningless gibberish, though, because people don't have experiences to know what you're predicating that sentence and those meanings off of. What the hell is the Tom Hanks disease? I've never even heard of that.
There's no this to point at, is there?
What? Sorry.
There's no this to point at.
Yeah, it would be meaningless. People would be like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about CVID disease. That we
All
cannot
right,
Oh, that
come
one, yeah,
on.
I'm sorry. I was a little slow.
So we
Apologies.
cannot publicly predicate about our opinions about that.
Well, you can't predicate on an opinion.
Well, the way that they do it is we predicate our opinions upon, we base our opinions upon this or that. You need to show what you're, basing your opinions on for predicate on to make any sense.
Yeah,
Well,
we're going off what predicate means, right? We're saying you can only predicate upon something, right? That thing needs to be able to be pointed at. It has to exist in reality. And that thing is not just a cat, it's that cat.
Well, the way that it's used passively. Like the deed is done, as opposed to doing the deed. It's passive. So the opinion is predicated upon something else. That's the way that they appear to be using it in the dictionary anyway, passively. You can't do the action verb of predicate directly on anything else, at least based off of what I've seen in the dictionary here. It's passive.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're not talking about what dictionaries say. We're discussing amongst us what we think it is. I mean, otherwise it'd just be loads of us sat around with dictionaries saying this dictionary says this dictionary, but that's what dictionaries say. We all can just read dictionaries. That's dead easy to do. Shadow giants that have wrote dictionaries that we all say this is what it means here. But like in the use that we use it and in the terms that we're using it, we're in a group of people that like to discuss things. Now, when we're discussing things, do we think within the group of people we're in, we should be discussing the actual thing, or are we going to allow people to talk bullshit about things and say, well, that's what we're doing and we're just talking about things? We can talk about whatever we want. We can say whatever we want about these things. Because we're in a group of people that start talking about straight lines being circles. Now, would you allow that within your conversation that we're having? It's pretty important with us being able to talk to anybody, really.
I would have no way to stop that. The only way to protect myself from that is to discriminate the liars and do not talk to them. And point them out. You are not talking reality. I think that would be my way. I don't see how one word would change anything, but I'm all up for it. If this group, we come to terms and we can communicate easily like that, I'm all for that.
Well, to me, this is a word that's never even been around before, right? It's never been... I've never thought about it before. But because we're doing the Trivium and all of that, we start talking about these things. And it's very worthwhile to talk about the predicate as being something, right? It's something that's said of the subject of the conversation. We're all about that. When we're talking about something, we are actually talking about that thing.
But then why go back into history when at its oldest root we find it was related to preaching
No,
in a
I'm
religious
not
matter.
going. I'm not going on, right? Predicate is a word, right, that means you are talking about something. Now, in the things that we are talking about here, like every day, that we do actually talk about, not thousands of years ago or anything like that, about now, when we're talking about things, would you expect that if you're talking to somebody about something, then that's what you're going to be talking about? Or would you allow them to be talking about something completely different?
You'd need to know what they're talking about, what it predicates, what they're talking about, what it's predicated upon. If they're what they're talking about is predicated upon something that doesn't really exist, or is a lie, well, then we'll have to talk that out.
Yeah, and then it goes round and round because you're not accepting what other people think and say of things.
Yes, but Bev, to have someone come to terms with you, they will have also to accept your definition or your understanding. And I think that's a fair thing, right? But they will have to accept your meaning of what predication is.
No, it's not
I don't think-
predication. Forget about predication. We're talking about saying something
I understand.
of something. That's it.
Yes, but
forget about what the word means, the predicate, right? We're just talking about things in reality.
Sure, but your partner of discussion will have to be honest himself and agree to talk about things as per the rules of the game. And in this case, there needs to be specificity involved when you talk about something. But that's something a person will have to impose on himself. So, yeah, I swamped myself here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. When I talk about this, I'm just talking about things. Because I mean, I don't have an imagination, so I'm not talking about things in my imagination. Whenever I'm talking about stuff, I have to talk about things in reality. And for me to say, there's a straight line, and somebody else to say, it's a curved line. Well, there's a difference there. And say, when I look at point at a line on a ball, and I say, that's a circle. And somebody else says, no, that's a straight.
I think what's being missed, though, is the fact that every time, like Kevin B brought it up, the hermeneutics, like that's used within like literary. So when people use the hermeneutics, they go back and they find the meanings of the word. Now, my understanding of that in like back years ago with the Bible, it's like when you read a word, you try to go back to the first time that word's mentioned because that's the origin of the word. And that's what everything else based upon that word used throughout the text. It's the same meaning from the very first usage of it. And the problem is if you're going to have a word that you change the meaning of 100 years later, then you got a problem, I think.
Or later in the conversation. That's brilliant.
Exactly. Yeah, if you use a word and then you change its meaning halfway through the conversation, like say using it colloquially instead of like how you first define use the word, you got a huge problem.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, coming to terms about individual words. I mean, that's what we're at the minute.
But we grow and change, so we're going to tend to have words that grow and change just like we do, aren't we? I think the meaning will still be somewhat related to its original meaning, whatever it is. It'll just be tweaked and modified slightly.
But you can't do that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that.
I'm with
That's
Bev here.
That's
what-
We should have a ironclad dictionary
They
when people debate.
they do. Like if you look back at the history, like look at the
changes. Language has always changed. It's organic. Just look at
Yeah.
Shakespeare and everything. You know, words come, words go, words change. It hasn't caused the end of civilization.
Yeah, people change languages because of, geography. You're separated from the schools or from the, institutions that give you the proper usage, quote unquote, of the word. People, change words to, have a better usage or a better, more suited usage here or there. Sometimes kids even come up with their own language to be hip and cool and to signify, rebellion from the older people.
But
If the language isn't vibrant and changing, then it feels like a dead thing that can't be adapted to people's lives and usages.
that's the problem though. That's why it was at Orwell or Aldous Huxley. One of them wrote Animal Farm. That was the whole point of the book, is that the dumb animals kept forgetting what was written on the wall and it kept changing. So at the end of it, they were screwed more than where they started from.
But the problem was they didn't really like, to look for the truth. They liked programming. And so they didn't really care about whether things were true or not. And so when the powers that shouldn't have been, changed things up, they just didn't care. They just went along to comply.
Changing
so it looks
the
like we had a
words.
deeper problem.
Golly.
It's like the word woman in the year 2022.
Yeah, people don't care about the truth, so they're just waiting to be. They're like, I don't care about the truth. Just give me my programming so I can keep my head down and take up my place as a cog in the wheel.
Yeah, just change the words.
The meaning of that word will never change for me, no matter how it's used today. It'll never change for me.
Well, nowadays they say that you can declare that you're a woman by fiat, by verbal declaration, sort of like a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
What would
how
you say
little
that
the
a woman
words
is?
mean.
I think nowadays woman, I guess, is anything you declare yourself to be. Anything, really. What do you think a woman is?
Someone that was created female at birth. That's nothing more than that.
I don't think people have a problem with creation since they're going atheistic. Any sort of definition that acknowledges a creation of any sort is going to be rejected as a definition.
Yeah, but these people, I think, are under a spell or something because it doesn't change the reality of what a woman is. A woman can reproduce.
I'd go with that.
If
I
you're
think
two
that-
X's, you're a woman. If you've got a Y, you're a man. Genetics. Give you
But
the
then
basic.
it's But then they'd start trying to deconstruct the definition, saying there are some women that are sterile or infertile and can't reproduce. So then they're like, well, what about those women? Are they still women and all that other gobbledygook?
Yeah,
Two
the
X
male,
chromosomes in a woman.
the male species will never be able to reproduce. As far as I can.
The male of the species.
The male of the species, sorry. Thanks, Bev.
I'd go with genetics. I think they say genetically, if you have at least one Y chromosome, you're technically male.
Chromosome, double X.
Aren't we going a little bit off track here? Because, I mean, we are still...
We're predicating what a woman is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
You can't predicate in.
What's the definition of predicate or predication? Just don't get the idea, and even what predication is.
We're saying what predicates a woman.
No.
What you mean? What defines a woman?
Predicates a woman. That doesn't make sense.
When you say predicate, are you saying define? What defines something, right?
In this sense, yes. What predicates what a woman is?
You see what he asked? The first thing he asked is, what is predicate?
Yeah.
See what I'm talking about?
See, you
it's a
put
magic
predicate
word. It
before
shouldn't even
it.
be used at all.
Yeah.
It should be
That's
stricken from...
No, it's the subject that must come first, not the predicate.
Yeah, but nobody knows what it means.
What?
They can learn what it means through repeated usage, Justy Montreal. That's how we learned words in the first place. They were repeatedly used in a certain context, and you got the generalized meaning.
Except we have 5 people here that think it means a different
He's
thing.
asking what it is.
They'll figure it out.
If you let
I'm
him.
asking a simple question.
Yeah.
What's the definition of predicate? What predicate is?
It's
no,
something.
Don't get me wrong.
Something
basically,
you
it
can
said,
say
what is the word
of
based upon?
something else.
Yeah.
Right, so you
When you
have to
say-
have a subject. Step 1. There has to be a thing. Right? And then you say something of that. Right? So pick a thing. A ball. Right? That ball is red. Red is the predicate of the ball.
It's a descriptor, right?
Yeah, it's something that is said of something.
But it's descriptor.
Yeah, I
it's
suppose
an
you could.
adjective. It's
Yeah. Some way to
When-
describe something that would help you talk about that thing to somebody else, and they could confirm it, right? They could go with that. Go on.
Well, the derivation of the word, the pieces that make up the word appear to be pre, before, and decare to say. So basically, it appears to mean more or less the thing that has to be said about the thing before you know what the thing that you're currently talking about is. The thing that predicates what a woman is the stuff that has to be said about what, if anything, a woman is.
We're over
that
a
you're
woman.
basing woman on when you say the word woman.
Bev,
The stuff that has to be said beforehand.
I think I found
before
the
you can go
loophole,
forward with
Bev.
what a definition of a woman is, basically what it's based upon.
Yeah, thank you. Bev,
so
what when you say all verticals are parallel to each other on a horizontal plane, right?
Yeah.
Is that predication? Because you're not speaking about a specific line, a vertical. You're saying all of them, right? Could that cause an issue? Is that predication?
No, parallel is the predication.
You would predicate that all of the perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Right? So you would be making the predicate parallel for the perpendiculars to a plane. All of them would just be a matter of, like every one of them.
So in that sense, you could say the same about the concept of female human. Right?
Yeah, but in order to predicate, right, you need to have the subject. Right? So the subject could be a woman, but in order for you to make a statement about a woman, like we said about the cat on the mat, there needs to be a woman that you can point at and say, this is the one that I'm predicating on.
So the external?
Well, you
In other words, can you predicate about a Santa Claus?
So
I would state not.
Exactly.
Are you saying right? If you say X person is unbelievably smart, so unbelievably smart is a predicate adjective, right?
In that sentence,
But it's subjective.
Sorry?
That's what
It would be subjective, yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I said about this apple is round. and I have the other
So
one.
it must be objective by definition, right?
It should be, yes.
That's what's in question here. That's what the whole
not.
thing is about.
So the okay. I
That's
get
what
that. I
I've
get
been
that.
saying the whole time.
No, because I say didn't. I joined like the live a bit late, so I wasn't around.
That's why you felt that we jumped on you, but it's not.
No.
It's not about that.
I'm teasing. I've said it. I've been
Oh, it's
railing on it
okay.
for a while.
So
Yeah.
now that's the debate. It's about what constitutes objective and subjective, right?
Just kidding.
Objective truth.
Not based on your
The ball is
opinion,
red.
feeling.
Yeah, this should be objective all of the time, every time, because you're pointing at that thing and saying that or this is green, right? Or this, is something.
Okay. You can predicate on a unicorn, for example.
So okay, SE is Canadian. It's objectively true, right?
Yeah, and the predicate is Canadian.
Okay. I get that. Simple, right? Yeah.
Would there be a problem with your interpretation when you say about the universal property of water? Water finds its level. Would that be predication?
We went over this the other day. I guess you could predicate horizontal for or of the tool, the water level. Right? It would trigger the shit out of people, you doing that, but I would be quite confident in predicating horizontal of the tool, the water level.
But not about water in general.
Well, no, because that would be silly, because there's tides and waves and,
you can objectively prove that water at rest. Water at rest. That's the whole point. Yeah.
So I guess we'd say water as level is predicated on seeing water have a flat level when it's at rest in a container.
What?
Yeah, I didn't follow that.
The idea that water lies level would be predicated on past experience. Seeing water lie flat when in a container and level.
Can you speak normally, dude? Please.
I am.
We are all speaking normally here. You are weird.
Your accent is weird.
Hold on. Lemon might have something. The water in the container looks level.
Flat's the bad term.
What do you mean container? You mean water being contained?
In a bucket or something, man.
In a bucket? Oh, okay.
What about the meniscus and all of that at the edges?
That's an exception. It's surface tension.
It's an exception against flatness.
Yeah.
It curves upward, not downward.
So it's not flat then. That part of the water is not flat.
Context. But the meaning of words is also revealed by the context.
Does that stop it from being level? Like it stops it from being flat?
In the context of whether it curves downward over the curving earth, that's irrelevant. The meniscus curves upward, not downward, so we wouldn't even talk about it.
So that very fact that it has a curve doesn't change the level of the water, but it does change the flatness of the so-called water, right?
He's right about that.
Yes, but we're talking about whether it curves down and over the earth.
No, you're bringing flatness into something that there is no flatness to, and you admit that.
But the context of the discussion, what we were talking about before, helps limit what we need to talk about in the discussion, or
flat was there was no need for you to bring flat in, because one, it was factually incorrect, and two, there was no need for it. Don't know why you did.
If we don't have a context for what we're talking about, Bev, namely whether we're talking about the shape of the earth or whatever we're talking about, well then we're going to have to explicitly state everything that we're
Mhm.
talking about and go nowhere in the discussion.
And
Most of the time,
I'll keep saying it's
we
not
talk about it
flat
curving
every
down
time
over
you
the
do
earth,
say
not
it's flat.
upward
I'll
in a
just keep saying
meniscus
that
in a
factually.
container. That's just not going with the context of what we're normally talking about with this stuff. Whether it curves upward as a meniscus in the container is irrelevant.
No, it's not. That's exactly the stuff we talk about. If you have a tube of water, there's going to be a meniscus at each end.
Yeah, because of surface tension.
But
Because of creeping
the
up
point is that
the
point of the
container.
meniscus is there is a zero pressure state on either side, and there's a center point of that meniscus, and from point to point, it is horizontal for all the points along it.
Not flat.
Still mostly flat. The meniscus is only at the edges toward the container, and it's irrelevant for the purposes of most discussions.
Mostly, but not all.
It's not
I mean,
at all.
talking
If you
about it
take a
doesn't really
water
help.
level with a tube in it, then that tube is like maybe an inch diameter with the water in it. And it's got a meniscus all the way around it. So you've got a definitely not flat bit at one end. And the other end will be exactly the same. So a not flat bit at the other end. Because it's only about an inch circular with water in it. That's it for a water level. Right? So it's not flat.
It's flat enough.
It's definitely horizontal and provably level. Right? And horizontal, provably. And provably not flat. Pretty simple.
You see why words, definitions of words are important?
Well, okay, I have a question. Why a meniscus occurs?
Surface
What
tension,
causes it?
isn't it?
Tension. Surface tension, it's called.
It's called capillary action as well.
Yeah.
And it can draw water up. It's one of the major benefits of water, right? It's fantastic when you look into what water can do.
It's very, very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm. But we choose not to go into that just yet because we're staying with the basics.
Yeah.
Because it'd freak people out. It's too much. We start off with the very basics first. What can be established at a base level.
The definition is this: water molecules have the ability to stick to each other and their containers in a way that creates a concave or convex shape. That's the meniscus, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you put a drop of water, why does it form like a drop? Why doesn't it just flatten out? Why does it?
Yeah. On the ground, it looks like it has a dome. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the surface tension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's why you get
So it's
rising
not flat.
damp.
Sorry?
It's why you get rising damp. Because the water can track up through capillaries.
Yeah.
Using that thing. Because imagine if you draw those two meniscus bits together and make it narrower, then
it goes up.
it
It's
just keeps
freaked out,
going
man.
up and up. It tracks its way. Up to about a meter.
That's the max, a meter?
Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe a bit less. Maybe about 33 inches, something like that.
Funny, huh?
Yeah.
There's that number again.
Always shows up.
But it's definitely not flat. I mean, that is provable. I mean, obvious.
Visible, yeah. Just
Yeah.
look at any glass of water from the side. It's definitely level, and it's also definitely not flat.
It's why they put the micrometer right in the daggone center. I mean, oh yeah, won't go there.
A 50 millionth of an inch.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the water that's perfect. It's perfectly horizontal from zero pressure state, point to point, center to center of the meniscus. It's horizontal at all points along that line. Zero pressure state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't freak out, everyone.
It's nice to see what this definition of water being level or horizontal is predicated upon. Sorry I called your accent weird, other person. It sounds French.
No, it's cool. I know my accent is alright.
Do you have a French word for predicate, predicare, or anything like that in your language? Whatever it is?
Romanian, not French.
Oh, what's your language?
Romanian.
Well, let's see if Google Translate says anything in Romanian.
It's the closest language to Latin. Even
No, it's in French. It's predicat. In French, it's predicat.
What does that mean in French?
I mean, hold on. Let me get it.
What does predicate? What does it mean within the French language? You know, like how is it used?
I think it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's same. Ce qui, dans un énoncé, est affirmé à propos d'un autre terme. Le thème, le cheval. Le prédicat correspond au général du verbe. Yeah, it's similar.
Oh, that's proper French from France. Unlike mine from Quebec, which you'll probably laugh at.
No, I like the things on grammar. Do you speak French, right?
Je parle, mais c'est très différent que vous.
Ah, ok. Non, bah, je comprends, je parle même le canadien, si tu veux, donc... So, le prédicat est une partie de la phrase simple. Sa notion connaît plusieurs interprétations, toutes prenant vraiment par rapport à une autre partie de la phrase simple, le sujet. Yeah, it's the same. Le prédicat, c'est similar. Yeah, I mean the same.
Saying something about something.
Yeah. Un élément central de la phrase. Yeah, that's it.
Does it make it like a factual statement, or like, is there anything to put a reality thing to it? Like, you can't. I mean, what we're getting is you can't predicate upon something that isn't real.
I need just to further check. That judgment, prédiction, quantité. Hold on.
See, his French is like the Queen, right? Speaking English. And my French is like Australian. You know what I mean?
But this is so cool.
Understand? Qualité, propreté en tant que...
Just kidding, Sam Montreal. I think your French is very good.
Not as good as his, I assure you.
Yeah, I feel out of it here. I can only speak one language, and that's one of the worst ones there is. Everybody else can have 2 or 3.
I can speak a few words of Polish.
I speak 4.
Even Lemon, I think, is cunilingual.
Lemon? No.
I speak 4 languages, yeah. I do speak 4.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Which ones, bro? Which ones?
French, Arabic. I speak Arabic. I speak French, English, Tamazight.
Tamazight?
No?
What's that?
Yeah, it's a Northern African language. It's scarce. It's spoken only in Northern Africa. It's a local language. Speak Spanish a little bit. Not really that, but
that's impressive, dude.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Most Europeans,
I agree.
For like 3-4 languages. So it's very common for Europeans.
Yeah.
To speak like 3-4 languages, yeah.
My grandfather, who is now dead, but he had no school. He didn't attend school, but he knew, of course, his native tongue. He knew Hungarian, German, and Gypsy.
Amazing. How did he accomplish that without school?
Well, I don't know how much, how good he was in the grammatical, thing, but he could speak it.
But yeah, the point is he made it on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I was going to end it ages ago, wasn't I? Gonna have to end it now, though. It's been a good
Shout
night.
out to my dead grandfather.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Definitely good show, Bev.
Yeah, it was. We should be doing more like this. More of a chat between everybody. Maybe we should start with subjects like this.
And I was really
go on.
I was going to say I was really impressed how cordial everyone was today in the conversation. From all directions, it was really good to hear.
Even Brenda and Betty, I think it's very productive when we find a subject that we can all get involved in.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. I agree.
Respect to those guys.
I was checking on predicate in French, and it actually means the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it refers to the same. They say here, pour analyser une proposition assertive, c'est que tous les hommes sont mortels. All men are mortal, right? They say tous les hommes sont mortels. All men are mortal, right? The predicate here, it's are mortal, sont mortels.
Yeah.
Right.
Mortel is the predicate.
Yeah, sont mortels, yeah.
Yeah, so the question would be could you say that of men they are immortal? Like, would that be a predicate or not?
But
you mean they are immortal?
Yeah.
Isn't man?
No, you can't say that. No, I mean in the world. No, you can't say that.
That's what we've been going over tonight, right? Are you allowed to lie within a predicate, right? So if they say in that all men are mortal, then mortal is the predicate. Would you be allowed to say all men are immortal?
No, you can't. No, you can't. You cannot entertain the idea that all men are immortal. That could be true in a different dimension, but we're not in a different dimension, so we're in world, right?
Yeah, so it wouldn't be classed as a predicate, right? That would be a lie rather than a predicate.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna cut it off now because I mean this will go on. If anybody wants to come in the Discord, you know where it is. Click the link. It's been in the chat many times.
Leave them hanging, Bev. Wanting more.
We'll be doing this all the time anyway. This is the new sort of topic of conversation that we're going to be doing, and it's all based on how we can communicate. And it's almost as though the very talking about how we can communicate, about the basis of that, is one of the best ways that we can actually communicate, as we've done tonight. We did very well.
I just have one request. Can you end on true level? Because I think those words are...
True level bitch.
Yeah, I think I've listened
to
the
chorus,
live one. Well, whichever.
Clean one, if you can.
Live.
The live one. Okie dokie. We're on. Buster's request. Join us tomorrow. It's gaming night. So, yeah, come and join us. Chat, free for all, gaming. Thanks for being with us. Join us tomorrow.
I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. Check this out.
We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, yes, in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.